Morning, everyone, and very welcome to this session. Thank you for coming in such big numbers to support us. As we know, this session focuses on facilitating trade for women. And this is a very important issue as we've been discussing the last 2 days. In this session, we have 3 papers, and we have 2 eminent policymakers as well. Now, these papers are really path-breaking in the sense each of these papers talk about a very different aspect of facilitating trade for women. So it's I would take this opportunity to introduce a very distinguished panel of experts who will be speaking today morning. To begin with, let me first welcome Heidi Warren. Heidi, thank you so much for finding time and attending this event. You lead World Bank's effort on trade facilitation and gender. Your paper highlights the importance, as I understood, of how disaggregated data is really very important. Can I request you to please present the findings of the paper? Thank you.
Great, thank you, Sangeeta, and good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here. It's early, so I'm really happy to see so many faces. I'm based in Washington, D.C., so it's 3 a.m. my time, and so I wasn't sure I was going to make it, but here I am. Thank you so much to the WTO and to Anusha's team in particular for their continued commitment to trade and gender, and for really organizing this conference. I know it's a tremendous undertaking, so thanks so much, and thank you for the invitation as well. And to the panel, I'm really pleased to be part of this panel. I think we're going to have some really good presentations and interesting discussions, so I look forward to that. I'm going to speak about the challenges that women are facing in border processes and procedures. And I don't know how many was here yesterday to hear my colleague Carmina speak about similar challenges that small-scale traders are facing at the borders in Africa. But I'm going to focus on the challenges at the firm level, and it's not going to be in Africa, but just putting that out there. And if there's 2 messages I'd like you to leave with from my presentation. So the first one is that there's 2 global challenges or global gaps when it comes to data on trade facilitation and gender. The one gap is on the gender-specific challenges to trade facilitation, and the second one is on the universe of cross-border traders. The second takeaway that I'd like you to have is that these global data gaps can be filled if we tweak the customs data management system so that we capture gender data at the transaction level at the borders. So if you fall asleep or get distracted, those are the 2 messages you should leave with. Let's see here. All right, so just to give you a little bit of the background and the scope of this work, I'm assuming for this audience, it's quite redundant to spend a lot of time on this, but really just briefly, World Bank research has shown that countries that are more open to trade and investment have higher levels of gender equality. And firms involved in international trade in developing countries hire more women than men. They pay them more, they give them training and job security. And then in addition to that, workers that are employed in firms or sectors in global value chains have a 50% better chance of finding formal employment. Often, and I know that you're acutely aware of this, women are not counted and their experiences are not taken into consideration. And this lack of gender disaggregated data really reinforces biases against women in policymaking and in trade reforms, and really it prevents maximizing the benefits of trade to all. And because of this, a critical component of our trade work at the World Bank is focused on collecting and analyzing data from a gender's perspective. And here you'll see just a small selection of some of the research that we've done in this aspect. So just briefly on these, to the very left here, you see the joint report that we did with the World Trade Organization in 2020. And it really shed the lights on the linkages between trade and trade policy and gender equality. In the middle here, you see a report that we released in May this year on the distributional impacts of trade. And it really helped advance the understanding that we have on how trade shocks affect consumers and workers through new data and tools. And the final example is what I'm going to focus on today. It's really using the Philippines here, but it's really a series of country studies that look at gender-specific challenges to trade facilitation, and it recommends measures to address those. All right, so just a snapshot on this slide of the main barriers that women are facing at the borders. And we have broadly divided them into challenges at the borders and beyond, or could be before or after the borders as well, just to simplify things. And you know, this is just a snapshot. You can present it in different ways, but it's just to demonstrate that these challenges are really complex. They're often also interlinked. And I'm going to focus on non-tariff and trade facilitation measures today. Great. So as I mentioned early on, there are two large global data gaps when it comes to trade facilitation. So it's on the number of cross-border trading companies that are led or owned by women. And then the second one is on the gender-specific challenges to trade. All right, so we're helping fill some of these global data gaps, and one way that we're doing this is through country-specific surveys. And so far, we have interviewed, it says 6,500 here, but we have more in the works. So I think we're closer to 10,000 now. But in these countries, it was 6,500 cross-border traders and custom clearing agents in 8 countries. And about 45% of them were women-owned or managed companies. And you see they span across different regions and countries with various income levels. All right, so our work in these countries had really a 3-phased approach. And in the first one, it was really the preparation for rolling out the survey. So we created master lists and we used official trader information provided by the respective governments. And then we held focus group discussions with public and private stakeholders in preparation for the survey, and also to customize the survey questionnaire to the different country-specific contexts. In the second phase, we rolled out the survey, and depending on the quality of the data available in the country, we followed a simple random sample method, and we worked with statisticians, with trade facilitation experts, with gender experts, and survey experts, of course, in gathering the data and undertaking the interviews and analyzing the data. And the third phase, of course, is the analysis itself and the dissemination of the findings. And all the country-specific reports and the regional report that we have in the Pacific region is available online and can be downloaded by anyone. I really encourage you to do that, of course. But they're really publicly available, so that's important. Our surveys focus primarily on areas related to the World Trade Organization's Trade Facilitation Agreement. So it's really the movement, the release, and clearance of goods, and also measures for effective border collaboration, so collaboration between agencies. We do touch upon some other areas as well. So for instance, you see safety, and we have infrastructure, we had the impact of COVID, and also recently the impact of the war in Ukraine. Okay, now to the key findings and recommendations, and I'm not going to give you details, or a lot of details at least, on the big differences in specific countries, but I'm going to give you a snapshot of the key findings that we found across the countries, and then you can go to the individual reports to see the gaps by numbers. So just looking at the Pacific region first. Actually, across all of them, some of the findings really confirm the assumptions that we hear about women's obstacles to trade facilitation. But our work really quantified the gaps, and that's really important to understand how large these gaps are and have a baseline for measurement when we're going to implement projects. Overall, though, I must say that particularly in the middle income countries, the gaps were actually much smaller than what we had envisioned them to be in the first place. Now, in the Pacific region, fewer women are consulted by the government on matters related to border processes and procedures. And having a mechanism in place where stakeholders are consulted on any changes to official border processes and procedures can alleviate misinformation regarding planned changes to cross-border trade activities, and then, of course, improve compliance levels. Similar to this, fewer women are represented in trade associations, and these associations and networks are usually really important to obtain critical information related to trading across borders. And of course, they can also help traders then provide feedback to the government regulators. And we see in many countries that the government actually uses these networks for consultation processes. So if women are not in these networks, obviously their voices are not heard. On electronic declarations, the ability to be able to submit import and export declarations electronically saves traders time, and it obviously then saves costs as well. And we saw in the Pacific region that fewer women are aware that declarations can be submitted electronically. They're just not doing it because they're not aware that it's allowed and possible. And similar to that, we also saw that fewer women are aware that customs allows for pre-declaration of goods, and being able to pre-declare goods often allows goods to be released faster when they arrive, and so then again it saves traders time and money. So by not knowing that this is possible, your cost for trading across borders may increase. Let's see, on the NTFCs. Now, the NTFCs, and I'm assuming all of you know this, but they are made up of both public and private sector representatives, and they're committees that play a really critical role in the country in planning and implementing trade reforms and driving the trade facilitation agenda. And over 90% of men and women-led firms in the Pacific region, and actually the percentage was slightly higher for women as well, they're just completely unaware of the existence of these committees. Just quickly from the Philippines, here we interviewed over 3,000 traders and 300 customs brokers. And when it comes to access to information, it's just really important for transparency, for compliance, and predictability of the trading environment, right? And so if traders are unaware of new customs rules or regulations, or simply cannot understand them, that's going to have an impact on their compliance levels and increase the time and cost to trade. And in the Philippines, we saw that about a quarter of traders and a third of brokers had difficulty finding information, and the percentages were higher for women than men, and more so when it came to understanding the information that was available. The percentage for women was higher in terms of finding it difficult to understand the information. And we saw this also when it came to information related to COVID. They found that women, more so than men, found that there was a lack of clarity on the changes that were imposed caused by the pandemic related to cross-border trade. Now, on consultations, we saw that about 2/3 of traders are not regularly consulted by the government on changes impacting their ability to trade across borders, and the percentage was even higher for women. And we also saw that women in particular felt that their feedback was not taken into consideration when they did provide feedback. So, yes, I'm wrapping up now. So actually, I can just give you a quick rundown of this slide. This is my last slide in a way, but as I said, all the country-specific reports have recommendations on how the individual country can address the gaps that we identified, and they also have actions. So it goes down to really detailed level, customized to the specific country context. But maybe I'll just focus on the last one here, which is to improve official gender disaggregated collection of trade firm data. Policymakers need to have access to the right data at the right time when they're going to make decisions on designing trade reforms. And when you're designing trade or frankly any reforms, it's important to know who these reforms will impact, right? And therefore, a key question we started out with was also which also proved to be the most challenging, to be honest with you, was to identify what proportion of cross-border traders at the firm level are women. And we quickly discovered that no country, not even those that call themselves gender equality champions of the world, can easily confirm how many women participate in cross-border trade. And by women, I'm talking at the firm level, so it's women owned or managed, right? And we focused at the firm level. And so never mind the universe of small scale traders that my colleague Carmina talked about yesterday. And without this knowledge, women traders are in essence invisible, or to at least a very large degree. And really the absence of gender disaggregated data make it really hard to maximize the benefits of trade to these traders. Unfortunately, today's customs data systems are not designed to capture this information. Now, any country can run a query on their systems, be it Dasakuda or whatever equivalent custom system, and they can get the universe of traders, but they can't break it down by gender. And we consider different approaches to doing this. We use banks or trade associations and networks and chambers of commerce, but the one thing they have in common is that the lists are incomplete. It's really just customs that has a complete list of the universe. And so in an ideal world, customs data systems would automatically collect and contain information on the gender of each trader. And a quick query then would just give you data on female cross-border traders. And that would really open doors to better understanding the specific gender gaps between men and women cross-border traders. So just in conclusion, there's obviously many questions policymakers need to respond to when they're making trade reforms, but in my opinion, confirming the target audience should be one of the first questions they address. So with that, I wrap it up. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Heidi. Very interesting. And as you rightly mentioned, data actually is a very big pinch point, and I'll have a question on that for you later on. The next speaker up is Ruby Lambert. She's an Associate Economic Affairs Officer at UNCTAD and specializes in standardization, social regulation, and sustainable development work. Today, you are talking about how voluntary sustainability standards provide opportunities to bridge the gender gap in agricultural sector. So thank you so much, and 12 minutes, please.
All right. Hello. Can you hear me? Okay. Well, thank you very much to the WTO team. It is a pleasure for me to be here to present our paper on facilitating women's economic empowerment through trade with voluntary sustainability standards. As we have heard in the opening panel, investing in women is smart economics and trade is a tool. But the question is how? So the Deputy Secretary General of UNCTAD, Pedro Manuel Moreno, highlighted that not only are trade agreements increasingly including gender provisions, but the way gender issues are being dealt with in global supply chains, they come with a demand factor, and that is the certification requirements through voluntary sustainability standards. So before I present the research, let me first highlight some of the things that have been raised during the opening panel of this event 2 days ago. Firstly, international trade has helped women participate in labor force. And secondly, by creating enabling conditions for women to fully participate in the economy, would not only address the constraints rooted in the existence of gendered social structures, but also thrive the economy to benefit all. Studies have also shown that the more involved women are in trade, the more economies grow. And I think we've also heard that from Heidi's presentation. Now, where we are coming from is that women economic empowerment needs to be realized in this sort of settings. Women economic empowerment is the ability for women to participate in, to contribute and to benefit from the growth process, and that recognizes the contributions to negotiate a fairer distribution of benefits. And we refer to market-based tools such as voluntary sustainability standards to bridge the gender gap by complying to its non-discriminatory requirements in order to be certified. However, the realization for these transformations, they go beyond market-based solutions. And why is that? So firstly, from the UN data on gender inequality index, developing states and countries and least developed countries are the most vulnerable to gender inequality. Furthermore, the agriculture sector, which is the most vulnerable to informal employment, which is, we're looking at 94% of the agricultural workers, they are mostly exposed to the informality nature of employment, and that agriculture sector also employs the most workers in the low-income countries, as we can see here. And on top of all of this, women, they comprise on average 43% of the agriculture labor force in developing countries. But this is not the issue. The issue is women face more discrimination. For example, this diagram here, it shows that the mean nominal monthly earning in agriculture sector by gender in some of the low-income countries. And we can see from this diagram that women are paid significantly lesser, up to 85% difference in some of the countries in Africa. So the way women can have positive effects from international trade is only possible if gender-related trade barriers are minimized. And these barriers, they include access to resources, constraints in time and mobility, constraints in skills and expertise, and more importantly, some of the constraints that are deeply rooted in social structures. So these discriminations need to be addressed in two levels. One, at the government level, obviously, and two, at the demand and supply. In other words, at the production and consumption level, and we are referring to trade and supply chains. So voluntary sustainability standards have an important role in this particular level through its diffusion of gender non-discriminatory clauses in its certification requirement. So now, how exactly do VSS empower women in international trade? First question you may want to ask, why VSS? Why is it so significant in trade and in supply chains? Well, for very obvious reasons, VSS have become a market reality. Today, consumers are becoming a lot more informed, and for very good reason. Consumers are demanding for products that are produced sustainably. So retailers use them as a seal of approval, as a marketing tool, and suppliers use them to gain market access, for example, and also to capture premium pricing range. And we can see from this diagram from the 90s, the number of VSS kept growing as consumers are appreciating as well such efforts. And furthermore, the VSS are mostly covering the agriculture sector. Today, there are 500 labels available, but such mushrooming effects needs to be monitored and assessed carefully, which is also why in UNCTAD, we pay particular attention to this subject, particularly in its impact in developing countries. So now back to the role of VSS on women economic empowerment. From our findings of literature reviews of 10 empirical studies, VSS have a direct and indirect impact on women economic empowerment. For the direct impact, VSS schemes that are integrated in supply chains, they increase the woman's voice agency, cash income and skills and employment capacity. Indirectly, the outcomes that arise from the compliance through specific activities and interventions by the stakeholders and the supply chain actors may also assist women to access financial services, land rights, and access to productive resources and ownership. Only then we see how women are empowered. When these women are empowered, they will contribute to higher and better opportunities for more women and the entire society to participate in trade. So in terms of trade impact on VSS, VSS may make certified products more competitive as consumers today are more informed and willing to pay premium prices for certified products. There has also been an increase in demand for that reason. And it reduces costs, particularly in supply chains across borders, as the requirements are persistent from supply chain actor to actor, buyers to suppliers. And the reduced institutional and development gaps between trade partners. This is evident with the new addition of sustainability chapters in trade agreements. Like all opportunities, we also need to consider the challenges that must be addressed, and they are the cost of compliance, especially for small holder producers and SMEs in developing countries. Its potential barrier to trade, especially when some importing countries set mandatory requirements that may be considered as trade barriers for the exporting countries, and the risk of displacement effect, where small exporters are unable to comply and may also be driven out of the market. So this is the main slide, actually. So what are the impact of VSS on women economic empowerment? Firstly, on the employment conditions, VSS have requirements that include gender non-discriminatory clauses in order to be certified. So, for example, you see fair trade certified banana producer organizations. They do have a mandate to ensure equal employment rights among female and male employees. Cash income, which also provides rights to living wage, irrespective of gender, and for women to have their own income. So one example for this is the Better Cotton Initiative, which requires equal wages to be paid to women who perform the same job, irrespective of gender. So VSS criteria typically include consideration or requirement for payment of a living wage to agricultural workers. For price premium, certified producers earn around 7% more net income combined with its increased productivity. So one example to this is the Del Campo Nut Cooperative in Nicaragua, for example, which uses fair trade premium to support women's emerging businesses. Now, there's also the community development, which helps women to access trainings and education, and also strengthen women to meet the certification requirements. So one example to this, it's another fair trade network in Asia and the Pacific, where producers, which launch a gender leadership school that focuses on business skills. So this can be a very powerful tool for women in providing practical training skills such as finance, negotiation skills, group decision-making, as well as creating awareness of gender equality. And last but not least, the decision-making power. With income and skills, women can be perceived to make better decisions. So the training and education that VSS provide are also imperative for increasing the voice of women and their decision-making role. In Punjab, Pakistan, one example to give you is with the funding of the Better Cotton Growth and Innovation Fund, they provide training to empower these women. They provide women with seeds, tools, equipment to set up their own businesses and running a small tree nurseries on their land. So where do we go from here? What we wanted to highlight is some of the priority areas to make VSS work for women. So although VSS may have some positive impacts on women, the challenges, however, are still rooted back to the governance and the societal structure in the setting, which can be also very limiting for VSS, which is a market-driven tool. So what we have gathered are some of the priority areas where the role of VSS may also be facilitated through multi-stakeholder initiatives with governmental public sector, NGOs, academic communities, in order to nurture this society. So first, we see the fostering transparency and data governance. This has also been mentioned many times throughout the Congress and completely in line with Heidi as well. Data governance represent a very important innovation in VSS model from gender perspective. Secondly, facilitating information sharing and trainings for women, which takes into account their limited time and their restricted mobility. So this is because certification requires efforts and skills to improve product quality and the environmental management, which takes on additional burden on women on top of their role as caregivers. Thirdly, improving land rights for women by providing them with legal advice on land rights and trainings on leadership skills, farm management, cooperative. This is just some ways that can increase the proportion of farms registered to women. Fostering financial literacy to empower women. By empowering women with financial literacy can help them make decisions on investments, for example. Some VSS schemes provide resources for women-led businesses, and that financial institutions may also consider similar incentives in order to aid women entrepreneurs. Lifting the unwritten barriers for women to participate in community development. By creating the conditions for women to participate in community development more fully, we not only address equal rights, but also increase opportunities for women in a manner that will drive the entire economy. And last but not least, accelerating women economic empowerment to strengthen food security. Very important point here. But because when women are empowered through their income earnings, they will be able to spend more on health care and education for their children, and investments that could produce long-term positive results for their farm families. So from where we see our project is that certification can be raised as a potential response for domestic food security needs, and that rural women have an important role in terms of the availability, the accessibility, the utilization, the stability of food production. So with that, I will end my presentation here, and I would like to thank you on behalf of the team of authors for this paper. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Ruby. Very interesting. Can I request Julia to speak about your recent work on Canada? Thank you so much. 12 minutes, please.
Good morning, everybody. Thanks for being here. I'm very happy to be here. And I wanted to thank the organizing team, my fellow panelists, as well as my team back in Canada for supporting me to be here. This paper was actually co-authored with Wenming Wan from Statistics Canada, who was not able to participate here. But the main motivation for this work, and I actually have to pass, is Canada's inclusive approach to trade, which seeks to ensure that all groups of the society, including women, are benefiting from trade. And the main assumption behind this is that trade is not gender neutral. We've talked about that a few times actually during the Congress. And this assumption implies that if we take women entrepreneurs, for example, we would assume that they would participate in trade differently than men entrepreneurs. So this is kind of the main goal of my paper, to analyze this, how women and men entrepreneurs, they participate in trade and their characteristics. So I don't think actually that anything that I'll say here is new after we, been to this Congress in a way. But what I think the value added of this analysis is actually providing data evidence that we are lucky enough to have in Canada. And I'll actually jump to the first slide, but I'll talk about the data a little bit. It's from the Survey of Finance and Growth of SMEs. It's a survey that represents the universe of Canadian SMEs. There's about 9,000 observations on that, and SMEs actually are defined as enterprises with from 1 to 499 employees. So they're relatively bigger than the European definition of SMEs. And I'm using the 2017 iteration of the survey, so it is a cross-section. So nothing that I'll say here is actually causation. It's just a correlation of variables, just so you're aware. And I wasn't able to actually access the 2020 data for this survey yet. So what does the data say? We look at export propensity, which is the probability of being an exporter in these two gender groups. So you see that there's a very small gap in export propensity between men and equally owned SMEs compared to women-owned SMEs. And the reason why I actually combine men and equally owned SMEs is that there are two reasons why. First of all, and I think Heidi kind of mentioned that if there are gender-specific trade barriers, for women, you would say, the fact that she has a counterpart, a male counterpart in her business, she would be able to overcome this gender-specific barrier. The other aspect of that is that statistically they're very similar, men and equally owned SMEs. So that's why I have them in the same group. So going back to the actual graph on the left here, you see that the probability of exporting is almost the same. It's kind of closing the gender gap. It's kind of there. And for export intensity, which is actually measured as the share of exports in total sales of the firm, is also small. There's a bit of a larger difference there, but it's still small. But then when you look at their characteristics, you see that women-owned SMEs, these are only exporters. So women exporters, they are overrepresented in the retail trade sector. So you see that more than 30% of women exporters, they are in retail trade. They're also over-concentrated compared to men. You see a larger gap there in other services, and an opposite, I would say, gender opposite gap for manufacturing. You see more men concentrated in manufacturing. Another characteristics is that women-owned are overrepresented among SMEs that are small, that have less than 20 employees. So it was quite surprising to us to see that even though they have the same probability of exporting or almost the same export intensity, they still had these characteristics that were associated with a less probability of exporting. So that's why we wanted to look into this information. And just a quick note for when we are talking about trade barriers, that these exporters actually, they report having barriers for border issues and logistical issues as impacting them more relative to men. Actually, this is another paper that I wrote. It's just a descriptive analysis, but it kind of speaks to what we've talked here. So I'm sorry that I put in the equations there. I'll go quickly. It's just so the point is that I have two equations. One is just a basic model where I want to see that if controlling for characteristics of firms, that difference that we saw in the first graph is still statistically significant. And the other one, I add the gender interaction term there just to see if there's a differential gender effect in the relationship of these firms' characteristics and the export probability. And here I have the results for this first analysis. The variable of interest is actually the gender of ownership variable. And you see that although it's negative, it's not statistically significant. Here I have the marginal effects just because it's a probability model. The probability model doesn't, anyways, I won't go to there. But and also all the variables that I have there, and I actually have more controls. I have industry, I have region. I didn't show them all there. I just wanted to go away from the regression table. But I just wanted to highlight two variables there. The startup, which is defined as firms that have 2 years of establishment, they're more likely to export, significantly more likely to export than firms that are older. And so this goes in line with this, the idea of being born global, right? For like the internationalization process of firms. And then the other variable that is interesting there is the online payment feature in their the company's website. So having this access to online payment, or I would say e-commerce here, although it's not directly measuring that, these firms are more likely to export than the other ones that are not. All the other variables there are very aligned with the trade literature of heterogeneous firms, the Mellitz model, more productive, more likely to export, but I won't go there. And here I have the results for these interaction variables, which I only kept in the model, the ones that were statistically significant, because that's where you actually see a differential gender effect, which means like, so I think the most notable distinction here is having an online payment feature in the website, which is a lot more important for women owned SMEs relative to men. There's an 18 percentage points difference there in the first set of barriers there that I highlighted. I also find another small effect for innovation, towards women, increasing their probability of exporting. And I'll go back to that in the next slide, but then on this set of results here with size, you see a negative effect for women. So in line with the results that I showed before, women owned that are smaller, they have a lower chance of being an exporter relative to men of the same size. And actually, when I control for these variables, when I have these indirect gender effects, I see that the variable for gender of ownership becomes significant. And one way to interpret this is that when you control for these indirect effects, or SMEs, women-owned SMEs that have innovative activities, they actually have access to e-commerce. When you take out that effect, there's still a lingering, negative effect for export propensity, which is probably there's something that I don't capture in the data that is constraining women's ability to export. So actually, when I look into the innovation activities in more detail, I see that, here. So I wanted to break down the innovation variable to see which types of innovation are more likely to be found among women-owned SMEs. And you see that there's a positive and a higher effect or a higher importance for marketing or ways of selling innovation for women and organizational innovation, rather than you see like product and process innovation that are combined together there, which is, you would think that women are in retail, they're not doing product innovation. So that's a distinction. I actually have the same results for the other variables, except for the size, the negative size effect, which I think is due to correlations between, when I break down the innovation a lot, you kind of miss that size effect. So then I did kind of a similar analysis for export intensity. Of course, my model was different because with intensity, we were talking about a proportion, right? So I couldn't do a probability model, but, and I won't go into that, but it was the same approach of having a basic model. And these are the results. Actually, I don't have it as nicely because here I only have the coefficients. It's not, maybe I'm going to tag. Anyways, I don't have I'm not looking at the magnitude, please. This is only like the sign and the significance level that we should look at. But I'll walk you through this. So the first set of results, actually, we want to see that the gender variable, the ownership variable, and to the export propensity results, women being owned by women doesn't decrease their export intensity. So there's no significant effect for the gender of ownership. And the model is not as rich in terms, I don't see any effect for the online payment feature. I don't see anything on innovation as something that is related with higher export intensity. And it's normal actually in the literature. Sometimes it's hard to capture the effect in the export intensity. But I do see productivity, right? So firms that are more productive, they export a larger share of their revenues. Firms that are startups too, as well as years of education and management experience. And then what is interesting is when I actually add the gender effect or the interaction terms, you see that these additional years of education and management experience are only important for women-owned SMEs. And the way, I think one hypothesis for this result is that we know that women-owned, they are much smaller than the other SMEs. So you would think that they are more strategic in terms of hiring. So this is actually years of education for the primary decision maker, which can be the owner or not. So you would think that these women, are more strategic in terms of like hiring more skilled workers because they're smaller. Whereas for men, because they're bigger, they can just it's kind of the trade-off between quality and quantity. And that's how I kind of analyze these results or interpret this. And so here are my conclusions. So first of all, there's no direct impact of gender of ownership. So being owned by a woman, at least for SMEs in Canada, does not reduce their export participation. Then I also see that women-owned SMEs, they have a very different strategy for exporting. They innovate more, or they have to innovate more, I would say, to have the same likelihood of exporting. They rely on access to online payments, and they also actually invest more in employment skills and management experience. Just a point here that I'm not, answering the question of why women are overrepresented among smaller firms or even in retail sectors, and this is something I think would be interesting to keep looking. Anyways, thanks very much. That's it.
Thank you so much, Julia. I think we will not go to questions first, but if it's okay, I would like to invite Simon Manley, the UK's permanent representative to the WTO, UN, and other international organizations in Geneva. If I could request you to please share your thoughts over the next 8 to 9 minutes. Thank you.
Well, thank you. And look, it's a real privilege to be with you all this morning, and really interesting to listen to all three presentations. So what I say, I'm afraid, it's probably it's not going to capture all the really interesting points that you made. And I think there's lots of food for thought for all of us in looking at your findings. And I think what you've showed, I think what this whole week shows, is, of course, just how important this research is for us as policymakers, as a policy deliverer. I'm not sure what I am anyway, but as within the policy space of really getting to grips with the data and the analysis that enables us to make informed policy choices here in this organization and at a national level too. And so to sort of take a step back or up or sideways to kind of where we're coming from as a government and as practitioners of trade, negotiating practitioners here in Geneva. And again, as I say, with all due respect to what you've all been saying, and if I have misunderstood any of those complicated formulae and what they actually mean in terms of our policy, my apologies. My maths A-level is showing itself up. So look, we all know that to some extent or another, women face barriers, whether it be in accessing finance, making the most of trading opportunities and markets, and that even where trade policies and agreements are not gender discriminatory, women and men can be affected differently. The even is quite an important point there, obviously, in many members of this organization. And we know that when you look at it overall, that women tend to be underrepresented in global trade at all levels, whether that is workers, senior leaders, and business owners. And that is broadly, big generalization, that is broadly because women face both gender specific and gender intensified barriers to trade. And then overall, that's an enormous missed opportunity. And that's, I think, we probably just had to keep on coming back to, and I thought it was very strongly made. I thought, particularly, if I might say, Julia, by what you were saying, when you really get to grips with the kind of the data in terms of what's actually happening in women-owned firms, how much opportunity we're missing because of how innovative and well-led those firms are, and how much, therefore, if you can reduce the barriers, increase the enablers, that's a positive not just for those firms and the people they employ, but for our economies and our societies, and indeed for the global trading system. So understanding the data and then working out how you employ that in our policy, I think it's so important. So, and I think, you've all reflected in different ways some of those barriers or some of those issues that we need to address, the kind of the fewer, shallower professional networks to which women may have access, which are so important at a kind of informal as well as more formal level for enabling access to capital, for sharing market information, building the social capital in more distant markets. And just to come back to our kind of UK experience in that, and I'll give you a couple of stats here, which are no way compete with your research stats. But in the UK, back 5 years ago in 2017, so things may have moved on a bit, less than 1% of all venture capital went to all women teams, whereas almost 90% went to all male teams. And again, your research as you presented this morning reflects this, but we know that women-led businesses tend to be concentrated in lower paid and less export intensive roles, and therefore men tend to benefit more from exporting activity, which tends to create more productive and higher paid jobs. And I see that as it's a missed opportunity again in terms of our economies and our societies. So again, in the UK, stats show that of UK jobs that are supported by exports, 36% held by women, 64% by men. So we need to tackle this issue. And there is extraordinary opportunity here. And again, I think you've all touched on it in different ways, and kind of whether you're looking at sustainable goods and services, whether you're looking at kind of e-commerce, the global economy is changing and is going to have to change a whole lot more over the years to come. It's going to have to, it is changing because for various reasons, obviously including the effect of the pandemic, it's becoming more digital. And it's going to have to become greener, otherwise we won't have a planet to live on. And both those changes, fundamental changes in the global economy, are also, I'd argue, great opportunities if we understand the problems that we're dealing with and how we can enable more women-led businesses to exploit them. Because whether it's about sustainable green trade, or whether it's about the opportunities offered by e-commerce and digital trade, and which is lots of really important work going on in this organization, both multilaterally and plurilaterally, ensuring that as we design those trade tools, that we do so through a gender prism, conscious of the barriers, but also, most importantly, I think, conscious of the opportunities that there are there to be seized by women and women-led businesses. E-commerce, absolutely important, and I say particularly important for those micro businesses. And I'm kind of always inspired by some of the stories that Pamela Coke-Hamilton tells about the role of the ITC, or indeed of UNCTAD, in supporting some of those women-led micro businesses, and we've often been privileged to meet some of them here in this building. And again, coming back to our UK experience, as we, as an independent member of this organisation, again, design our new free trade agreements, we have tried to do so in a way that is demonstrably different and that seeks to take account of those barriers, but also as opportunities. So we have had standalone trade and gender equality chapters, as many of you will know, in our new free trade agreements with Australia and New Zealand, and we're trying to do the same in some of the other negotiations that we have ongoing. And what does that mean? It means sharing information, evidence with our FTA partners, so that we can improve women's access in both parties to markets, to technology, to financing, but also it can include working together in areas like strengthening women's leadership networks or trade missions for women entrepreneurs and women-led businesses. And of course, we are all delighted to have one of those women-led businesses here in this building just a night or so ago, Brighton Gin. None of you have tasted it, some of Britain's best gin. Women founded, women led, women distilled. So we're also, in addition to what we're trying to do through our FTAs, we're also committed to supporting women's economic empowerment in developing countries, to pick up some of the research that's presented on those too. We do that through our Aid for Trade programs, and that's because we genuinely believe that if we target our aid programs effectively, we can help countries increase their trade and export-driven economic growth and ensure that that growth genuinely benefits all of society. And my Big Boss, my trade secretary, kind of was talking about some of this when she was here on Monday, and about thinking about sustainability in a kind of bigger sense, actually. Kind of what is the inheritance that we're leaving? What are we doing for future generations in the policy decisions that we're taking right now, not just in terms of economic opportunity, but of sustainability and of gender equality, and how we pursue that through our trade policy. So we're also funding work in UNCTAD, delivering capacity building programs that support LDCs in addressing challenges relating to the cost of trade facilitation, for example. We have a trade and investment advocacy fund, couple of £1 million, that provides advice and skills training to build capacity of developing countries to negotiate and benefit from trade agreements, including obviously the gender aspects of those trade agreements. And research that we're funding under that program, we hope, advances gender equality through the voluntary standards, sets out how VSS outcomes are complex, context dependent, and not universally positive, but that standards often fail to reach the most vulnerable workers and are less effective for dealing with complex issues like discrimination, freedom of association that you highlighted. And I think we recognise that poorer producers and MSMEs can be marginalised by the costs and requirements of VSS. So I think you're absolutely right to say that we need to address those issues if we're to mean what we say about gender equality in our trade policy. We also, through our She Trades Commonwealth programme, we provide direct support to train and to mentor women-owned businesses to enhance their competitiveness and connect with international markets. I think that actually picks up some of what Julie was saying, also about the innovations you see actually in women-owned businesses. That kind of circumstance can actually make you more innovative and more agile. So really interesting. So for our own part, over the last 5 years, we have directly supported over 3,500 women entrepreneurs, women-owned businesses, countries like Bangladesh, Ghana, Kenya, Nigeria, providing training, coaching, international trade, telling you, say, okay, here are your opportunities, but these are how you can seize those opportunities. We've helped to generate over £30 million of sales for those women-owned businesses, sectors ranging from tourism. I'm sure I'm going to mention tourism in a second. We're all looking forward to our winter visits to the Dominican Republic. Supporting creation of over 6,000 jobs in those businesses. We've launched and rolled out something called She Trades Outlook, which I think you may be familiar with, 38 countries, helping to collect data, again, coming back to what we've been talking about this morning, the importance of data, helping to collect data, best practices on trade policy that affect women entrepreneurs and their businesses. So research that's been done by Trademark East Africa, again, which we co-fund with other donors, shows that the pandemic, as I think we all recognise, has had a different and profoundly negative impact upon women cross-border traders, in this case in East Africa. And I think we're all listening to what you've said and what we hear in some other places about the effect of the pandemic in setting back gender equality in so many different ways, but really understanding what that means at a practical level so that we can address that better. I mean, in that particular case, what we saw there was that lockdowns prompted increasing use of illegal routes as women found themselves unable to access formal border crossings. And trading incomes are negatively affected, which tragically meant that some women turned to sex work or unable to provide for their families. So these are the real practical consequences, and understanding again what is happening, I think, is so important. As a result of all that, that Trademark East Africa project has built a safe trade zone market, providing business skills training on the border between Somalia and Ethiopia, 300 women traders benefiting from this marketplace, selling their products. So we know that collecting all this data can be difficult, and we've also funded research through the World Bank, which found that when women were provided with more information, this actually could lower corruption, it could facilitate border crossings, and indeed in countries like the DRC, reduce gender-based violence. All because, and coming back I think to what you were saying, Julia, once women learned the rules, they decided to actually act in far more innovative, impactful ways in terms of trading. And so embedding that practical kind of experience of women entrepreneurs throughout our policy making, throughout our implementation, throughout our trade promotion initiatives, I think is absolutely vital. So look, thank you for all you've been doing today to kind of highlight the data that underpins our understanding of these problems. And I think, you know, all power to you as we seek to, as policymakers, to turn that analysis and assessment into solutions which genuinely empower women and women-led businesses to benefit from the opportunities that we as policymakers try to create through these trade agreements, whether they be multilateral, plurilateral, or bilateral.
Thank you so much. This was really very interesting. May I request now a comment from Vladimir Pimentel, who is the director of the Trade Department of Pro Dominica from the Dominican Republic. So over to you for 10 minutes. We really look forward to this. It's really getting very interesting now.
Bueno, muchísimas gracias y buenos días a todos. Gracias al comité organizador, sobre todo, y al equipo de comercio y género de la Organización Mundial del Comercio de manera muy particular. Para mí es un privilegio enorme poder compartir, conocer y sobre todo aprender sobre algunas experiencias que tenemos en diferentes países con el tema de comercio y género. El caso de República Dominicana, tengo que decirlo que soy un privilegiado y mi presencia acá es ejemplo de equidad de género porque nuestra directora es una mujer, nuestras dos subdirectoras son mujeres, la viceministra de Comercio Exterior de la República Dominicana también es una mujer, la gerente de inteligencia que trabaja con una tercera parte del equipo en Pro Dominicana de inteligencia de mercado es también una mujer. Y esto lo refiero por algo fundamental y es que para que existan decisiones enfocadas en género es muy importante la participación real de la mujer en los temas de comercio. Y la perspectiva que voy a compartir es obviamente como hacedor de políticas o policy maker, pero sobre todo desde el ámbito de la promoción de negocios, de la promoción de exportaciones, ya que las agencias que promovemos exportación somos quizás la entidad de los gobiernos que más cerca están de generar puentes o el enlace entre la política comercial y los negocios, porque somos los que estamos de cerca con los exportadores. Por eso, cuando vemos el trabajo de hacer más visible a la mujer en las exportaciones, es sin duda a través de la promoción de exportaciones que se puede lograr esta visibilidad. Y el empoderamiento de la mujer en las exportaciones es necesariamente a través de los servicios que ofrecemos las agencias para que nuestras mujeres puedan exportar más. Con relación a los temas y la falta de data desagregada, esto es un reto enorme en la mayoría de países en vías de desarrollo, y cuando veía este estudio de Canadá con toda esta disponibilidad de data, estadísticas, yo digo muchas veces que lo que hacemos investigación y políticas públicas en países en vías de desarrollo tenemos que hacer un esfuerzo doble porque tenemos limitación de data para poder hacer los análisis de manera muy puntual. Nosotros en este caso y la experiencia que hemos logrado en nuestro país es el lograr acuerdos con la Dirección General de Aduanas, la Dirección General de Impuestos Internos, para disponer de manera permanente de las estadísticas. No solamente hacer estudios puntuales en momentos a través de los centros de investigación, sino que desde el gobierno, desde nuestra agencia, poder tener de manera permanente el monitoreo de las exportaciones, de las mujeres exportadoras, y ahorita vamos a hablar un poco de ese esfuerzo que hemos hecho. Y creo en ese sentido, como decía Heidi en su presentación, que lograr establecer metodologías es uno de los retos más importantes. Y aquí el rol de los investigadores es determinante, para que nosotros, los hacedores de política, podamos contar con los instrumentos, mecanismos, herramientas que disponen hoy en día los diferentes organismos internacionales para la toma de decisión en este sentido. El otro punto que tiene que ver con los esfuerzos, tranquila, no hay problema, relax. El punto que tiene que ver con las consultas, igual como decía, o sea, muchas de las consultas que se hacen en investigaciones académicas son de momento, son puntuales, y lo que necesitamos lograr es que haya un monitoreo y una consulta periódica. Quizás en nuestro país, por el número de mujeres exportadoras, que vamos a ver luego, quizás sea más fácil tener el universo y acceder a todas las mujeres exportadoras y saber cuáles son las necesidades puntuales que tienen. El tema de la asociatividad o los clústeres, nosotros estamos claros y está a nivel de la literatura de promoción de exportación, que para economías pequeñas, donde la mayoría de las exportadoras son pymes, la necesidad de la asociatividad para la internacionalización es un obligado y no hay forma posible que no sea a través de la consolidación de productos para exportar. Y allí nos trae un reto que es el lograr en países latinoamericanos donde la cultura del individualismo hace que los procesos de asociatividad, de acuerdos y de trabajo conjunto entre las empresarias pues sea más difícil. Eso es una realidad latente. Y por eso el rol de agencias como nosotros para poder orquestar, organizar y motivar esa consolidación y esa asociación para el proceso exportador. Los temas de facilitación del comercio que mencionaba también Heidi, aquí yo creo que tenemos un reto enorme, a pesar de que ProDominicana y agencias como nosotros forman parte de los comités de facilitación de comercio, la distancia en cuanto a conocer sobre los procesos de facilitación es importante de cara a las exportadoras que están en el campo o que están produciendo tabaco, que están produciendo cacao en el territorio dominicano, que es el caso particular del cual debemos hablar. Y allí tenemos un reto de quizás poder explicar o mostrar cómo se vincula esos esfuerzos que se están haciendo al más alto nivel de gobierno y al más alto nivel internacional con una mujer exportadora que no conoce en detalle los estándares para exportar un aguacate o un banano a Reino Unido, que sé que les gusta mucho el banano orgánico dominicano. Algo relevante y a mí me llama mucho la atención y es algo que desde el Departamento de Inteligencia de Mercados de ProDominicana estamos tratando de impulsar. A veces se da como un hecho que no hay data disponible o que no hay información para los exportadores. Y aquí yo quizás tenga una diferencia relativa o quizás en un 70%, porque yo llevo ya más de 15 años trabajando en análisis, investigación, apoyo a exportadores, y hay un esfuerzo extraordinario de los organismos internacionales como OMC, el Centro de Comercio Internacional, para poner información disponible para los exportadores, para que conozcan informaciones específicas sobre acceso a mercado, datos de quién está comprando los productos, potencialidades de exportación, el famoso Export Potential Map del ITC. Y por eso nosotros decimos que quizás parte del rol es que se conozcan estas herramientas y no tanto el de generar nuevos instrumentos. O sea, y es algo que a veces se ve como un acceso que está solamente para los analistas, solamente para los técnicos. Lo que tenemos que lograr es cómo hacemos que se entienda y que sea útil esta información que está disponible en la mayoría de los casos 24/7 desde cualquier parte. Obviamente cuando se tiene la accesibilidad a las tecnologías, que es uno de los límites que hemos evidentemente visto acá. Algo que ha sido destacado, que tiene que ver con el tamaño de las empresas exportadoras, donde siempre, la mayoría de casos, y en el caso dominicano es así, son mujeres exportadoras. Eso hace que el tema de los estándares que presentaba Ruby sea algo más importante, algo más relevante, porque así como hablamos de asociatividad, también las estrategias de exportación de nuestros países y de nuestras mujeres debe ser en base a nicho o estrategias de enfoque. Y la vía expedita y en buena medida para lograr el acceso a mercados puntuales que son de pocos productos, pero productos que son demandados con cierta calidad o cierta diferenciación, es un poco hacia donde tenemos que ir y donde trabajan agencias como nosotros y donde nosotros estamos poniendo cierto esfuerzo. Algo también que comentábamos con algunas colegas en estos días, y debo destacar que los 2 días previos han cambiado mucho lo que traía para compartir, y por eso decidí reaccionar a la presentación de los trabajos, porque hay demasiada información nutrida para poder avanzar en la toma de decisiones. Pero uno de los principales problemas, y vuelvo y lo reitero, no es solamente el no acceso a información o el no acceso a data. Nosotros tenemos casos de muchas mujeres exportadoras que lo que les pasa es que se le detiene y hace una parálisis por análisis. Se queda con toda la data, con toda la información y no sabe qué hacer con toda esta información cuando uno entra para acceso a mercado a la mayoría de países desarrollados, Estados Unidos y la mayoría de países europeos, que tienen una lista de requisitos, de documentos, de acuerdos, de requerimientos para poder acceder a ese mercado. Esa dama que está en esa empresa pequeña no tiene tiempo para poder dedicar a conocer, estudiar todos estos elementos, porque está en finanzas, en operaciones, en logística y en todo lo que tiene que ver con su pequeño negocio para poder exportar. Algo relevante y tiene que ver con la presentación de Julia. La realidad de esa variabilidad de la participación de la mujer a nivel sectorial hace que los esfuerzos de políticas públicas y de promoción de exportación específicamente sean diferenciados por sector. Y es una de las debilidades que tenemos sobre todo en América Latina y el Caribe, de poder ofrecer priorización, enfoques sectoriales. Esas son discusiones interesantes a lo interno de los países, que va muy alineado con lo que decía el doctor Lee en su presentación en el día de ayer, cuando decía que cada país tiene su particularidad. Así como cada país tiene su particularidad, cada sector requiere de esfuerzos, acciones y trabajos sin ninguna duda diferenciados. En los próximos 3 minutos, si me queda tiempo, o 2 minutos, yo les quiero compartir un poco lo que nosotros hemos hecho en República Dominicana. ¿Hacia dónde? No.
Funciona de aquí.
¿De dónde?
¿No? ¿No?
Don't count the time.
You get extra.
How long I left? How long I left? No, 2 minutes. Okay, only 2 minutes. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay.
So I contact with Heidi. So she will change it for you.
Okay. We can just. Thank you. Okay, I have only 1 or 2 minutes left. In the Dominican Republic, we have en la República Dominicana, nosotros tenemos nuestro primer Plan Nacional de Fomento a las Exportaciones. Y esto es algo histórico, lograr en países en vía de desarrollo un plan que integre actividades políticas, donde involucre las diferentes instituciones que tienen que ver con estos temas. Es un reto. Y precisamente este plan nos tomó algunos años poder llegar a él. El plan está alineado con la Estrategia Nacional de Desarrollo, que está alineado con los Objetivos de Desarrollo Sostenible. Y es interesante destacar que este plan precisamente lo trabajó una mujer. Y no solamente por el hecho de que haya sido una mujer, hay una medida específica que tiene que ver con el desarrollo de una estrategia para incrementar la participación de la mujer en las cadenas priorizadas de bienes y servicios. Cuando nosotros nos sentamos a ver qué íbamos a hacer con esta medida, lo primero fue dónde está la data, dónde está la información, dónde están las mujeres exportadoras. Y por eso nuestra agencia se abocó a hacer todo el levantamiento, disponer de la información, pero no en un enfoque de analítico exclusivamente, sino de saber dónde están las mujeres exportadoras, cuáles son los sectores que están exportando, dónde están ubicadas las mujeres exportadoras, hacia dónde están exportando las mujeres exportadoras dominicanas. Y es un poco lo que tenemos en este estudio que está disponible para que lo puedan revisar. Y elementos como el saber que hay una gran concentración de las exportaciones en regiones específicas en la República Dominicana. Es uno de los principales hallazgos que se tienen en este estudio. Aproximadamente de un total de 2.200 empresas exportadoras que tenemos en el país, 554 son de mujeres. Ahora, el dato que nos llamó la atención, y es mi último punto para concluir, es que de los más de 12.000 millones de dólares que tenemos en exportación en la República Dominicana, 1.800 equivalen a mujeres exportadoras, propietarias o que lideran empresas exportadoras. Pero de ese total, más de 1.600 son de una sola empresa, que es una empresa minera. Lo cual quiere decir que poco más de 220 millones de dólares en el año 2021 de 12.000 millones fueron realizados por mujeres en exportación. Muchas gracias.
Thank you so much, Vladimir. I think I'll take the opportunity now to open up the session for questions, please. I see that there is a question online. No. Any questions from the floor? Yes, please. If you may like to introduce yourself, please. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Philip Petzold. I'm with the European Bank for Reconstruction Development in London. And as you may know, we provide access to finance to women in business. And as one of our key priorities, we're trying to develop a trade finance program targeted to women. So now my question to the panel, and I think it almost affects everyone, is we haven't really spoken about access to finance issues, whether it's with regard to the standards and the certifications, or whether it's with regard to the export promotion agencies and plans that governments can help and support. So my question to everyone is, have you had any interactions with trade facilitation or any programs to support specifically women? And if so, how do you encounter those? Do you provide technical assistance? Do you provide them with matchmaking in export countries? Or do you really also offer access to finance? Thank you.
Thank you so much. Any other question? And then we could probably group a few questions. Yes, please.
Good morning, everyone. So my name is Sonia Nadozi Alcantara. I work at UNCTAD, and more specifically with women entrepreneurs in the digital in developing countries. My question comes back to the access to information, because that's what we hear mainly from women entrepreneurs when it comes to scaling their businesses up and exporting. There are a lot of things available to them and support available, but they don't have access to the accurate information for them to take actions on that. Maybe could we have some examples based on the experience of the United Kingdom and Canada on what you've done, the type of solutions you've implemented in your countries in order to provide a better access to information for the women entrepreneurs who have been exporting, and see that if this has been efficient, because like Mr. Pimentel explained, in developing countries, it's a different issue, but maybe based on your experience, we could see how we could try to implement some of these actions as well. Thank you.
Yes, the last question, please. Thank you.
Hi, thank you so much for the presentations. My name is Candace White. I'm with the Global Alliance for Trade Facilitation. I think, you know, we're talking about trade and gender, but obviously gender is such a thing that's impacted by so many different social aspects. So it's hard, I think, to unpack, you know, just the trade impacts without looking at like access to finance, as was just said, access to education, access to entrepreneurship, all these different elements. And so what I'm wondering is if any of the panelists maybe want to take this, but particularly Heidi, maybe it's something that you were able to unpack in the surveys that you've done. If we look that level deeper on, okay, so for example, in the Philippines, you know, they don't have the same access to information. What's actually driving that, right? So is it a lack of access to education, unequal access, or is it something else? Just would be interested to know if anyone has any comments on that. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Three very interesting questions. And if I may, please request policymakers to actually support us with the first question on what kind of trade facilitation programs have been made available to women, and how these have supported gender empowerment. Over to you, Simon.
So thank you. Thank you for the really good questions. So let me say a word about what we have done domestically. I think I mentioned some of the stuff we are doing internationally to support women-led entrepreneurs, women-led businesses in the developing world, but domestically within the UK, which I think was your question. So let me just mention three things. We have something which I've been involved in myself before, called the Global Entrepreneurs Program, which brings together expertise from the private sector, people who have set up their own businesses, venture capital people. So that program has established what they call a female founders group that works with partners to identify and inspire, I hope, overseas-based female founders to realize the opportunity to scale by joining the program. And we have taken that program, by the way, kind of with entrepreneurs to overseas markets. So the first UK female founders trade mission back almost 2.5 years ago brought together 14 what we consider kind of high growth or high potential growth UK female founders to New York. Not too bad on offer, I have to say. And we've had 2 further missions since then, one in 2020, one in 2021. So it's very practical. It's taking high growth potential entrepreneurs with the support of government, taking them to markets where we think their products and services can grow. Our Department of International Trade, in addition, has a digital exporting program, which, coming back to all that research about the opportunities of e-commerce and digital trade, is designed to help female entrepreneurs to digitalize their offer, whether it be goods or services, in order to grow their businesses, reach a broader client base. So really, I hope, so it's a really kind of practical manifestation of what Julia's research was talking about the real opportunities there for women and women-led businesses.
Thank you so much. This is a great practical example on how the UK is actually facilitating trade for with a gender angle. For the second question, if I could request you, Julia, to talk about the Canada study.
Yeah, thanks for your question, Sonia. It's so Canada has the Trade Commissioner Services, right? It's an incredible actually group of commissioners that help women exporters, not necessarily just women, but firms that want to export. And it actually touches actually from the previous question. But in regards to the access access to information, there is a survey actually, the same survey that I used, that asks about barriers. And it's interesting that access to information doesn't affect, at least for Canada, women more, a lot more than men owned firms. So that was kind of surprising. I'm not saying that it's not a barrier, but for sure there are other barriers that are a lot more important, like border issues and logistical issues. But for sure, also our some trade agreements that we have, they have to, they say like having access, providing access for SMEs in particular, access to information on how they can benefit for agreements and things like that. But maybe I didn't get to the core of your question, just because it's part of the Trade Commissioner Services to make to help them, these exporters, right? Of course, there's the issue of getting to the trade commissioners. Maybe if you're not there yet, you're probably more prone to have like a barrier in terms of obtaining information. But there's no specific, I would say, program for that.
Thank you so much, Julia. That I hope that answers your question. Moving on to the third and the final question, I think I would like to ask Heidi to answer that question, primarily focusing on what are the factors, what are the drivers that affect participation of female in trade. Thank you.
Thanks so much. And it's a great question. And I'd also like to just briefly touch upon the other two questions, but maybe first to the Global Alliance. Look, the reasoning behind, or the explanation behind these gaps is very complex in most countries, of course, and it's also often country specific. In general, though, you could say there's a lot of cultural and social norms involved. There's access to the internet, access to education, lack of childcare, for instance, impacts the women's ability to do business across borders, transportation issues. But really, I think it's, and we've done a lot of work on this, and I'll be happy to point you to some of the studies as well, but it's really country specific, and it's quite complex. But I think you're really pointing to something very important, which is finding the reason for why these gaps exist, right? On the trade finance question, I just want to say that the private sector arm of the World Bank, the IFC, has a huge global trade finance program that provides risk guarantees to banks across the world. In trade finance, I think to date they have provided over 66 billion in guarantees. And they also have a specific component of that project that is dedicated to women, or supporting women with trade finance specifically. And on the second question on access to information, maybe just to mention that most developed countries have something called trade portals, which are typically online platforms where you can go and you find all the information pertaining to cross-border trade. And this is really important because the traders then don't have to go to different border agencies to find the specific regulations that apply to their goods, right? So that's one thing. And then you have, of course, inquiry points, which are usually places you go in person. If you don't have access to the internet, then you get responses to your questions related to cross-border trade. And then finally, of course, single window, which I'm sure most of you have heard about already, is where you can basically, it's the portal as well, where you can submit usually payments, you can submit your declarations and documents pertaining to cross-border trade in one place. So just wanted to add those points. Thank you.
Thank you so very much, Heidi. I think this has been a very interesting and a very thought-provoking session. I think I would just like to sum up before I close the session. And I from my opinion, and I think you all will agree that the argument for women empowerment in trade is very clear. Studies basically inform us that if women are empowered and they are actually equal partners in the labor market, this could actually result in an addition of 28 trillion into the world economy, which is roughly around 25 odd percent to the annual GDP, but this would be by 2025. Having said this, COVID has had a negative impact, so this could take longer. But I hope I have been able to drive home the point that women empowerment is important. And if we have them as equal, if we have women as equal partners in trade, the benefits are going to flow not only to women, but to the wider society as such. So what are the 2-3 main takeaway points? For me, the main takeaway point is that we must all work together to empower women through trade. Often the job just lies either with policymakers or with businesses, but it's really very important that the public and the private sector come together and empower women through trade, because trade is a great agent for change. It's a tool for bringing this economic empowerment that we women are missing out in trade. Having said this, governments have a very important role to play through trade policy reform, i.e. making trade easier, faster, more cost-effective, as you rightly alluded to this fact. And also the responsibility lies with businesses, because businesses can have policies in place that ensure that they are able to source from women-owned firms down the supply chain and also contribute to capacity building initiatives. The second point I would like to highlight, and from my perspective, is that data is really key. And at the moment, we do not have the kind of data we economists and statisticians are looking for to be able to analyze the linkages between trade and gender. And that is really very important. Having said this, there are some databases, there is information in various databases that is scattered around, but it takes a lot of time and effort to actually get these databases ready for running any regressions. So great work, Julia. I really enjoyed all the 3 sessions. And finally, just to conclude, data is the key to women's empowerment in international trade. And I hope you have all enjoyed the session. Thank you so much. Please join me in thanking the distinguished panel and policymakers. A big round of applause for them, please. Can I please inform you that the next session is a book launch in the atrium, which starts at 11 a.m. And thank you again for attending the session.
Hello, Jill. I don't know if you can hear me. I'm ready to do the test. Can you start your video and unmute yourself, please? I can see you now. Thank you. Can you hear me well?
Yes, I can. Thank you.
Excellent. Do you have a PowerPoint that you're going to share during your presentation?
One of my colleagues, Jean, will be presenting for everyone. So she will be sharing her screen.
Okay, perfect. So nothing to share from your screen. She will be sharing from here. All right. Well, I think I guess we are done with the test then.
All right, that's perfect. I'll see you in a bit then.
Yeah, thank you so much for your time. Thank you.
Yeah,
See you
you.
later.
Have a nice day.
Bye. Now you can go back to, I'm sorry, to stop your video and mute you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Good morning, Besa. This is Sandra from WTO. Could you unmute yourself and start your video so we can do the test, please? Thank you.
Hello, good morning. I
Good
will.
morning. Do you want to start your video so we check that everything is all right?
Yes.
Excellent. Wonderful, thank you. I don't know if our interpreters hear us and if they can check the sound.
Okay.
I'm trying to see them through the although is it okay? Could you speak a little bit, Besa, please?
Sure. It is Beyza Ural-Marşan from University of Alberta, Canada.
Is it okay for our interpreters? Okay, I'm not sure they are listening. Oh, could you speak again a little bit? Sorry. How are you today?
Yeah, this is Beyza Ural-Marşan from University of Alberta, Canada. I will be speaking on intergenerational mobility in Vietnam.
Okay, I think
this
the
is
interpreters just confirmed it is okay.
perfect.
All right, thank you. Do you have PowerPoints that you will share?
Yes, so I have sent my PowerPoints and these are also on my laptop. Just a second. So, full screen.
Yes, I can see it well. Maybe you would like to put it on full. Ah, yeah, perfect. Would you try? Excellent, that's moving. Yeah, excellent.
Great.
I guess we're done. Thank you.
All works.
Thank you very much and see you a bit later. You can now stop your video and mute yourself until the session starts. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you.
Dear Shushanik, I hope I pronounce your name well. Thank you for being here for the test. Could you unmute yourself and speak so that the interpreters hear you and check the sound?
Can you hear me?
Yes, very well. How are you this morning?
Good, thank you. It's afternoon for me. I'm calling in from Lesotho, actually.
I think the interpreter said it's all good for the sound. Thank you very much. Do you have a PowerPoint to share?
Actually, my co-author is going to share.
Oh, yes, indeed. I do remember that now. Okay,
yes.
So
the only thing I need to fix is the background, and I think it is in one of the emails that you sent out. I just need to find.
I can resend it to you very quickly. So let me do that.
I would appreciate.
Sorry, I don't have access to the network, so I'm trying another way to send it to you quickly.
I
Just
think
a minute.
I saved on my drive. I should be able to try to access it. May I ask if John did the test and shared his slides?
Yes, we did the test last Friday. It went very well. So everything in order on our side for this. Just a second. I think, yeah, I can retrieve the background very quickly.
Oh, I think I found mine. Can you see it?
Oh, yes. Good.
Okay,
I had just
great.
found it as well. So, but yeah, sorry. Yeah, that's absolutely perfect. Looks great. Thank you so much.
Yep,
So I
thank you.
guess we're all set. Do you have any question?
It was 10 to 12 minutes, if I remember correctly, right?
Sorry?
The time allotted to us, it was 10 to 12 minutes.
Yes, 12 minutes maximum.
We're going to team present. I don't know if John mentioned. I was just trying to make sure that you can hear me well, that the connection is good, and it appears that you can hear me well.
Yes, indeed. And in any case, I will be behind the screen on Zoom. If need be, I'll just remind you through Zoom to start your video when John starts presenting, and everything should be all right.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you. We'll
Thank
see
you
you
very
in
much.
hopefully 15
You
minutes.
can now stop your video and mute yourself until we start. Thanks a lot. Thank you.
I suppose I should do a quick sound check. Testing 1, 2, 3.
Thank you. Let me look at the interpreters. Could you tell me how you're doing this morning?
I'm doing very well this morning. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I think the interpreters say it's good with the audio.
Good.
Just ask you to mute yourself until we start.
Sure.
Thank you.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. And I'm very happy to welcome you to this session. The three papers that will be presented today have two common threads. They are looking at how trade liberalization or tariff reduction through the adoption of regional trade agreements and bilateral free trade agreements impact women. The other common thread is that they are not so much looking at the strict economic impact on women or analyzing labor market impact, but they explore how these trade agreements impact women's social lives, positions and status in society, and their life choices. They contribute to existing literature while bringing new analysis and innovative thinking on the topic of trade and gender. I believe this is an important research done by these researchers, well, these experts, because here in the WTO, we have always considered that social issues are not trade issues. Well, we would have seen yesterday, for example, that when we talked about violence against women, a social and human rights issue, it is connected to trade. So I would like to thank the researchers for investigating these issues. Also, reviewing the impact of trade agreements on women from these angles is quite crucial, as we know that monitoring, impact assessment, and evaluation processes of how gender provisions in those agreements impact women are lacking in most of them, making actually the provisions weaker, as we have seen in other research presented this week, I think in the second session. So before our researchers explain their findings, I would like to properly introduce them. To discuss these connections, we have with us today Weidi Yuan. She's an assistant professor of economics at the Nanjing University. She obtained her PhD from the University of Geneva and then conducted short-term research at the World Trade Organization. Her research interests lie in international trade, development economics, and financial economics. Her research works have been published in the European Economic Review and Journal of Comparative Economics. She has also served as an anonymous reviewer for PLOS ONE, the Journal of Economic Geography and China Economic Review. We also have with us today Shushanik Akobian, a senior economist working on regional surveillance in the IMF's African department. Her research interests include trade policy, trade and labor markets, and professional market access. Her research has been published in peer-reviewed journals such as Review of Economics and Statistics and Canadian Journal of Economics. Prior to joining the IMF in 2017, she was an assistant professor at the Fordham University, Georgetown University, and in Middlebury College. She holds a PhD in economics from the University of Virginia. We also have her co-author, John McLaren. He's a professor of economics at the University of Virginia. His field of interest include international trade, political economy, industrial organization, economic development, and effects of economic globalization. He published widely in top-ranked peer-reviewed journals and served as a managing editor and co-editor of Economics and Politics journal between 1999 and 2006. Previously has taught at Columbia University and has been a visiting professor at Cambridge University, Princeton University, Yale University, and New York University. He has a PhD in economics from Princeton University. Our third or fourth author here today with us is Beyza Urol Marchand, and a professor in the Department of Economics at the University of Alberta. Her research fields are development economics and international trade with a focus on households. She is also a research fellow at the IZA Institute of Labor Economics in Germany, and the director of undergrad programs at the Department of Economics at the University of Alberta. So we have here really top class researchers today with us. But before I give the floor to Weidi, who is going to start the session, I would like also to welcome Claire Kelly, ambassador to the WTO of New Zealand. And I'm very honored to have you here with us. Ambassador Kelly was appointed in her current position in February 2022, and prior to the WTO, she was Assistant Secretary in the Trade and Economic Group of the New Zealand Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Trade, with responsibility for the Trade Negotiations Division of the Ministry's Trade and Economic Group. She also led New Zealand's trade negotiations with the Pacific Alliance, and from April 2013 to March 2017, she served as the New Zealand's ambassador to Mexico with concurrent accreditations to Costa Rica, Cuba, Dominican Republic, El Salvador, Guatemala, Nicaragua, Panama, Venezuela, and she also served as a High Commissioner to Brazil. Ambassador Kelly will give her perspective as a policymaker to the discussion today. Now, with this introduction and without further ado, I would like to invite YD Wang from the Nanjing University to present her paper on empowered young women, trade liberalization, and women's family decision in China. YD, the floor is yours.
Thank you. So hello everyone, so thank you for having me here. Okay, so thank you for having me here to give me this opportunity to present my research work that is titled Empowered Young Women, Trade Liberalization and Women's Family Decisions in China. So this is a joint work with two other researchers. So Difei Ouyang, currently Assistant Professor of Economics at University of International Business Economics, and Yuan Zi, Assistant Professor of Economics at Geneva Graduate Institute. Okay, so in this paper, we are interested in one research question. So that is, how do family decisions respond to trade globalization? To tackle this question, we link the Chinese young women's family decisions to a large and plausibly exogenous shock to China's local labor market, driven by a change in the US trade policy. So let me first give you some background. So regarding the trade part, so since 1980s, the US imports from China have been subject to lower normal trade relation rates, but this is subject to annual congressional renewals, and without renewals, the rates would jump to higher non-normal trade relation rate. And this potential tariff increase creates uncertainty for the trade between China and US. But the US granted permanent normal trade relations to China in 2000, which further became effective after China joined WTO in 2001. So this trade uncertainty was removed. And this creates new export opportunities for Chinese producers. According to a study by Henley and Limo 2017, this trade policy shift explains more than a third of the boom in China's exports to the US between 2000 and 2005. So that is more on the trade part. And then we focus on the family decisions part. So for family decisions, we refer to the marriage and fertility decisions. And we specifically examine the young people in China who are aged between 20 to 39. So this is because 20 is the minimum legal age for marriage in China. And then most people make their marriage and fertility decisions during this age range. So we can plot the fraction of Chinese young women never married on this graph. So that is illustrated by the blue line. So we can see that between 1990 to 2000, this fraction is kind of stable, around 15%. But then after 2000, we see a sharp increase in the fraction of never married young women. So until 2010, this fraction is more than 25%. Okay, so that is basically the background. And this is the overall statistics for the whole China. And then we can focus on the regional unit of Chinese prefectures. And then we focus on the period between 2000 and 2010 in our following analysis, because this is before and after the trade policy shift. So we can actually plot the regional change in the fraction of never married young women on the x-axis. And as we can see, most regions experience an increase in the fraction of never married young women, as expected. And then we can also plot the regional change in the fraction of women without children on the y-axis. And we see a strong correlation between the two, because this should not come as a surprise, because in China, there are institutional constraints and also cultural reasons. So unmarried mothers only account for tiny proportion in China. So now let me introduce our methodology. So I will skip the technical part, but basically for each Chinese region, so that is a prefecture level city, when we construct its exposure to the PNTR. So the formula is given there. So with details, if you want to check. So we can see that the darker the region, and the region is more exposed to the PNTR, and the coastal regions are among the biggest beneficiaries of this trade policy change. And then we can compare. So we use this business specification. So we put the NTR gap, which is the regional exposure to the PNTR, so which I just introduced on the right-hand side. So that is our main explanatory variable. And on the left-hand side, we can put the decadal change in the regions, the decadal change in the family decisions in that region. So you can consider family decisions and then also fertility decisions. And then we also control for other confounding factors. So basically here, the beta captures the causal effect of PNTR on family decisions of young people in China. So now let me introduce our main findings. First, on the marriage part, we find in more exposed prefectures, the young women experience a decline in the fraction of the young women who are currently married. And this is because more women choose not to get married, and then also more women choose to get divorced. And as a result, because more women choose not to get married, therefore the fraction of women with children also see a decline in the more exposed prefectures. However, we do not see a significant effect on the number of children per woman in the more exposed prefectures. So having established the link between PNTR and women's family decisions, we next turn to investigate what are the underlying mechanisms. So according to the economic developments in China during this period, we lay out 5 potential hypotheses. And then our empirical evidence is most consistent with the first hypothesis on economic stature. So that is we find that the PNTR enhances women's relative economic status relative to men. Therefore, women can gain less from family specialization. Therefore, they choose not to get married. So here we use a new specification, and our findings are twofold. So first, PNTR enhances women's overall labor force participation relative to men. And secondly, PNTR leads more women to enter the service sector. So if we plot the average weekly wage for the agriculture sector, manufacturing sector, and service sector in China using the 2005 census data, we can see that service sector not only pays a higher average wage, but also have a smaller gender gap in wage. So if more women are reallocated to the service sector, this means the gender gap is also reduced. Okay, so let me conclude. So in this paper, we find that the Chinese prefectures with greater PNTR exposure experience a relative decrease in the fraction of married young women. And this is because more women choose to get divorced, and then also more women choose not to get married. As a result, the fraction of women with children also decreases. And this is explained by a trade-induced reallocation of women relative to men to the service sector where wages are higher. Okay, so that is all about our paper. Thank you.
Thank you very much, YD. This is very, very interesting. And this is I have actually one question for you. You analyze in your research that trade liberalization does not affect women's family decisions by influencing their school enrollment or educational attainment. So I would like to ask, I would think that I would have thought the contrary, actually. And so can you explain why?
Yeah. Okay, so thank you. That is a very good question. So in our paper,
we indeed think of the education hypothesis, because normally one would expect that the trade can enhance people's education. So we test this hypothesis and we find the trade policy shift does not increase the fraction of young people at school or the fraction of young people with higher education. So we think one possible explanation is that this trade policy shift, even though it increases export, but then it increases export for low-skilled products. So if the products are mostly low-skilled, then it does not require higher education. And it is also consistent with one of our heterogeneous results, because when we break our sample into two groups, so that is low-educated young women and high-educated young women, we find the effect of PNTR is more prominent for the low-educated women. So this means this trade policy shift empowers young women, specifically with low educational background. Therefore, it also suggests that the export concentrates on low-skilled products. So I think that can be the reason.
Thank you so much. That's very enlightening. So I would like to give the floor now to our next speaker. We have Shoshani Hagobian and John McLaren. They will present their research on NAFTA and the wages of married women. So I don't know, who would like to start the presentation?
Thank you for the invitation to present this paper. I'll start and then hand off to John. I'll wait for him to try to share his slides. So this is a joint work, as you may see, with John at the University of Virginia. And before I begin, I just need to tell the usual disclaimer that any views presented here do not reflect the views of the IMF, its board, its management, or member countries. So let me begin by stating that NAFTA is perhaps the most important change in the U.S. trade policy in the last 3 decades. It went into
Shoshani,
force.
I'm sorry, can you speak a bit louder if possible?
Okay,
because we have
can you hear me
difficulties
better?
hearing you.
Can you hear me better?
Much better, thank you.
Okay, so it went into force on January 1st, 1994, and featured a complete elimination of tariffs between the US, Mexico, and Canada. It has led to a large increase in cross-border trade flows, small overall welfare effect for the US, but large distributional effects, as we've shown in our previous work. In particular, our 2016 paper finds that NAFTA is associated with slower wage growth for less skilled workers employed in more vulnerable industries and residing in more vulnerable locations. In the current paper, we go one step further in assessing the differential impact of NAFTA on the wages of male and female workers. And there's a rich literature that looks at these issues on trade shocks and gender wage gap. But in the interest of time, let me dive directly into the paper. In this paper, we use publicly available US Census data from 1990 and 2000, taken from IPUMS. Because of the nature of our data being a repeated cross-section, we must be careful in addressing the issue of dynamics. It was an agreement that framed as a gradual phase out of tariffs between the three countries, starting in 1994 and continuing for 10 years. We, in this paper, focus on the exposure to Mexican imports or imports from Mexico, because the reduction in tariffs between the US and Canada had begun much earlier when the two signed an FTA in 1989. The schedule of liberalization was different for each sector of the economy, and as a result, for some industries, the period 1990-2000 represents the period of announcement of tariff reductions, most of which occurred after 2000. And for other industries, the same period would be a period of rapid elimination of tariff. Hence, why I mentioned the issue of dynamics that we need to be careful in addressing. So our empirical specification allows for dynamic response of wages to vary by industry, location, and education level. In particular, we estimate the impact of change in workers' industry tariff and change in workers' local average tariff on wage and employment growth over the 1990 and 2000, with the impact differentiated by the education level and, of course, in addition to gender. So let me explain a bit more how we construct the local average tariff. It's very similar to what we've seen on the first paper, in the first presentation. We define the local tariff as an average US import tariff across industries, weighted by local employment in each industry in 1990. And this is adjusted also for Mexico's revealed comparative advantage. We include both initial 1990 local average tariff and the change in local tariff between 1990 and 2000 to address the issue dynamics mentioned earlier. The next slide shows the plots the initial 1990 industry tariff against change in industry tariff between 1990 and 2000. And we see that many industries saw their tariffs eliminated completely by 2000. But there are a number of industries where the tariff phase out was much slower. And we are able to identify separately the initial and the change effect that we saw in the previous slide. Similarly, in the next figure, we see a mostly linear relationship between the 1990 local tariff and the decline in local tariffs between 1990 and 2000, with again plenty of deviations. Turning to the main results from the wage regressions and focusing on the location effects first. First, we see that locations that lost their protection quickly and hence appear to be more vulnerable had substantially lower wage growth for less skilled workers. Right? So if we look at the first and second column, going from less than high school workers with less than high school education towards workers with college, who graduate college, you can see that the impact gets smaller and smaller. Comparing the estimates for another key results, another key results we see here is the much bigger effect for women. So comparing across two columns, we can see that the estimates for women are much larger in magnitude, and suggesting that in more vulnerable locations, wage growth for female high school dropouts, let's say the least educated workers, was substantially lower compared to those with lower initial tariffs. If we move down to the industry effects, we see a similar asymmetric response of wages across workers with various levels of education, with less skilled workers or less educated workers are most negatively affected. And the industry effect is also much bigger for female workers, especially those with the less than high school education. And the industry effect for male workers is small in magnitude and mostly imprecisely estimated. Let me briefly mention the employment regressions. We can observe larger negative employment effects for women and especially less skilled workers. And the first clue to understanding our results is to split the sample further by the marital status. We run the main specifications separately for 4 groups of workers: married men and women, and single men and women. And as we can see in this table, locations and industries that lost their protection quickly had substantially lower wage growth for married female workers with less than high school education. We do not find a similarly strong negative effect for married male workers with less than high school education. Moreover, as you can see among single workers on the third and fourth column, of all educational attainment, the effect on wage growth is smaller and mostly statistically insignificant, with no significant really differences between male and female workers. So the gender differences in the wage regressions shown earlier are driven, it appears to be driven by married women, and industry effects appear to be much stronger than the location effects. So let me at this point turn to John, who will take us through possible explanations for these findings. Thank you.
Right, thanks. So in the paper, we suggest 4 possible stories for where this differential effect on male and female wages might come from. We talk about the possibility that there are male-dominated and female-dominated occupations, and that they respond differently to the trade shock. different labor supply elasticities for men and women. We talk about within household bargaining stories. But what we focus on, we're able to reject all three of those very forcefully. The one that we argue comes closest to fitting the data, even though it doesn't completely fit the data, but it almost fits the data, is a story on selective non-participation in the labor market. So I'll just briefly summarize the idea here. Suppose that non-participation in the labor market is an option for married women workers, but not for married men, and not for single workers either. And this is sort of a cultural assumption. Then when the tariff on industry I falls because of NAFTA, if some fraction of the women workers in industry I respond by dropping out of the labor market, then if the women workers that drop out tend to be the most productive workers in that industry, then that composition effect on its own will tend to reduce the wages of those married women workers relative to other workers in the industry and relative to other demographic groups. So now, why would it be possible that the more productive women workers drop out of the industry? Well, that would be the case if high ability women marry high ability men, which is something you would get out of a positive assortative matching model. So in that case, it's possible that the higher ability, higher wage women drop out, and not other workers, because they're the ones who can afford to drop out. And so we have a theoretical model where this is all worked out as an equilibrium phenomenon in the paper, and the elegant diagrams to illustrate it. So there are various ways you can check whether or not this story fits. The simplest thing is to look at actually labor force participation, so do a regression where the left-hand side is a dummy variable for participating in the labor force in that year of the data, and we do find a strong negative effect of industry tariff reduction on married workers' labor force participation within that industry, and much stronger than the effect for married men, but really no effect for unmarried men or women within the blue collar category. So this at least provides some circumstantial evidence for the selective non-participation story. So I'll stop there. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for this presentation. That's very interesting. Actually, I have a question for you. Let's imagine that NAFTA is fully renegotiated today. What would be your recommendations for negotiators?
Shushan, if you want to respond, or?
Go ahead.
Well, here's my thought on this. We need to make a distinction between ex ante and ex post. So what's bad about NAFTA was that it hit blue collar workers in the most affected industries hard, and so it created distributional effects that were adverse. So blue collar workers, particularly concentrated in those local labor markets where those industries were key industries, were hit hard. So ideally, it would have been coupled with expansions of the social safety net. So, for example, expansions in access to healthcare, rural healthcare clinics, free tuition for community colleges and things like that, which did not happen at the time, so that created those distribution effects, which were exacerbated by these gender effects that we're talking about. But but now actually those distribution effects are not really present because all those blue collar jobs are now gone. So they're gone because of NAFTA, because of the globalization of those value chains due to NAFTA, but also because of what we were hearing about in the previous session, the accession of China to the WTO resulted in globalization of value chains towards China. So those distributional effects are not really present anymore. So ex post, the one thing I had in mind for reforming NAFTA is that the most recent revision of NAFTA in 2018 sharply increased rules of origin for the auto industry, and I think that actually is not good for blue collar workers, men and women, because it makes the auto industry much less competitive. And so I would soften those rules of origin. I hope that's helpful.
Very much indeed. Thank you very much. We'll go now to our next speaker and last presenter. And I would like to call Beyza Ural-Marchand, who will present the paper Enhanced Intergenerational Occupational Mobility Through Trade Expansion, Evidence from Vietnam. Beyza, you have the floor.
Thank you, Anush. Today, I will talk about our paper on intergenerational mobility in Vietnam. So this is co-authored with Devashish Mitra from Syracuse University and Hoang Pham from Oregon State University. In this paper, we first sort of studied the structure of trade liberalization in Vietnam and the overall impacts on the labor markets, and then we differentiate the impacts by gender. So in general, intergenerational mobility here, we refer to as the extent to which socioeconomic status is able to change across generations. It, of course, varies greatly across countries. For example, in low-income African countries, young adults tend to have the same education as their parents or lower. Only 12% of the young adults have better education than their fathers, but this ratio is up to 60% in East Asia, Latin America, and the Middle East. In the trade literature, wage inequality, of course, it's widely studied. It's one of the central topics in the trade literature. For example, Jacobian and McLaren in their Aristat paper, they study US industries' vulnerability, as also in the previous paper. And in unsecured labor-abundant countries, however, Heck-Shorley model predicts that freer trade should lower unsecured wage gap. However, there is not much known about intergenerational mobility in developing countries and how trade affects intergenerational mobility in developing countries. And most of the evidence is on import liberalization. So in this paper, we will look at Vietnam and particularly the access to export markets in Vietnam and what kind of structural change this has led in Vietnam. Higher social mobility in Vietnam and in generally in all developing countries, it can induce substantial efficiency gains. It can promote economic growth, and also it is considered a key element of economic development. And what do we know about wage inequality also may not necessarily translate into intergenerational mobility. It is possible that the trade shocks raises inequality, but not intergenerational mobility, or vice versa. So on one hand, we have inequality of income, and on the other hand, we have inequality of opportunity. So for the effect of international trade on intergenerational mobility, we'll look at sort of pull effects and push effects. Pull effects will work through primarily through skill demand and increased skill demand in industries, whereas push effects will work through incentives through education, therefore skill supply. So both of these channels will be important in Vietnam. We are particularly focusing on the export liberalization, the US-Vietnam bilateral trade agreement in 2001. However, during the period of our study, Vietnam also joined WTO. And we also take that into account in our analysis, and we use the 8 rounds of Vietnam's Household Living Standards Survey. And because this is 8 rounds, it is over a long period of time, we are able to also study the short run and long run effects. I will not talk a lot about the literature, but Vietnam's trade liberalization in the recent literature has been studied, especially by McCaig and public papers and Foucault. But the intergenerational mobility literature overall, of course, in labor, it's a very large area of study. And the literature on the intersection of trade and intergenerational mobility is small, with the exception of Asan and Chatterjee paper. So they found that in India, the greater exposure to trade liberalization have increased educational mobility. And the Vietnam trade liberalization is US-Vietnam bilateral trade agreement in 2001 was largely exogenous to Vietnam in the sense that this was a decision made by the United States. They moved Vietnam from column 2 to column 1, from restricted trade relations to normal trade relations. And there was no industry-specific negotiations for this change. So, but it was a substantial change from Vietnamese point of view. The average tariffs has decreased from about 26% to 2.5%, and the exports of primary goods, previously they were mostly primary goods, but the structure of exports also changed. It became mostly textile and apparel and furniture. And in 2007, as I mentioned, Vietnam also joined WTO. So when we look at the effect of the BTA on Vietnamese exports, we found that the effect was immediate. So it happened right after 2001. There was a substantial shock on Vietnamese exports in terms of the growth of exports. And we have this exponential growth on the exports to the United States. And we can also see that it was mostly in manufacturing. But why this is important is that manufacturing sector is, they demand a lot of skilled labor, and especially compared to the existing labor force in Vietnam. And this leads to a change, structural change within the intergenerational mobility mechanisms. And also WTO, joining WTO in 2007 has led to reduction on Vietnamese own tariffs. However, this was more gradual. So we control for this, and we also look at the effect of this. However, the main focus will be the BTA. And the data is, as I mentioned, this is from the Vietnamese Household Labor Standards Survey, and the trade data is from McCaig and Pavjinik, as well as the WITS data set. So we first classify occupations in terms of their skill intensity by computing the education, average education within these occupations. And when we rank the occupations, the high-level professionals, the top, they have the highest skill intensity, whereas we have elementary and agricultural, forestry and fishery workers as the lowest skill intensity. And we then classify upward occupational mobility as a variable that takes the value of 1 if the son or daughter within the household has a higher skill intensity occupation compared to their mother or father. And so there is rigidity in terms of occupational mobility. It is more likely that if the son or daughter is born to a higher higher occupation parents, they are more likely to be also on the top of the ranking. And similarly, if they're born to bottom fathers or mothers, they are more likely to be in the bottom. So, but this is the static look. So if we look at the changes over time, the intergenerational mobility is increasing. So it was around 15%. Only 15% of the sons had better occupation than their fathers in 2001, but this was about 32% by 2015. And similarly for daughters, actually the change was more substantial, from 15% to about 40% over the period of time. As in the previous papers, we defined exposure to this trade agreement as the regional exposure at the province level, based on their initial industrial structure. And there is a very substantial variation in terms of the exposure to BTA in the inland provinces. We see less exposure, and in some of the other provinces that were already intensive in manufacturing, they were exposed at higher levels. And so we then look at the effect of BTA on upward occupational mobility by gender. And the baseline results, our initial results, show that the BTA has led to increase in mobility for both sons and daughters. So if we take these coefficients and evaluate it at the actual tariff reductions, we find that this BTA liberalization over time has led to about 6.5 points increase in the likelihood of upward occupational mobility for sons, and about 8.6 points for daughters. And we also look at by cohorts. So it is more likely that these will be more important for the younger cohorts. If they were at school age, they had more exposure and they had more chance to increase their educational outcomes. And we find that younger cohorts, yes, it was significant, but there's also a significant effect in the older cohorts. So this shows, both skill demand and skill supply channels were probably functional. And the effect of BTA, it was, although the impact on exports were immediate, impact on upward occupational mobility, it increased over time as the younger cohorts joined the labor force. And we also look at the Vietnamese WTO accession in 2007. So this is import liberalization and not the export liberalization. And what we find is that this joining WTO actually did not have a significant effect on occupational mobility. Rather, it was mostly driven by having access to a large export market, such as United States, that led to this change. And we also looked at, in terms of mechanisms, whether or not this is driven by skill demand and skill supply. For skill demand, the first question is that what kind of export expansion that happened in Vietnam? Is it that just the sheer quantity of export to the United States, or within industries, did they upgrade the quality of the products, and through that channel they demanded more skilled labor? And we find that it was mostly quantity. 90% of the change was due to quantity, and about 10% of the change was due to quality improvement. And for that reason, the changes were mostly due to shifts across industries rather than within industries. And we see that when we look at the industry level regressions effect within industries, the effect was insignificant. however, when we estimated by industry across states, we find significant effect of BTA on mobility. This indicates this mostly due to structural change and shifts across industries. And how about wages? What kind of impact did it have on wages? High skill and medium skill wages have increased due to BTA, but we find insignificant or very small effect in the low skill wages. And inequality between high and low and medium and low skill also increase. So there's impact on wage inequality as well. So when we move on to, so the first thing is that when US opened its markets to Vietnamese export, Vietnam's own labor force should have the capacity to be able to absorb this effect. And so we can compare provinces in terms of their initial education. And if there's higher levels of education initially in that province, they should have they should benefit more from the BTA. And this is what we find is that the effects are higher in provinces with higher levels of initial education. When we move on to also skill supply, in terms of their incentive for education and their attendance to education outcomes, we find that for both sons and daughters, the education levels have increased due to BTA. The likelihood of having only secondary education was lower. So this is for sons. It was lower substantially, but the likelihood of having vocational education and college education was higher. And this effect was also more significant for younger cohorts. For daughters, again, secondary, the chance of having only secondary education was lower, but daughters did not participate as much in vocational training. They were more likely to have college education. Their probability of having college education induced increased by international trade. And we also find that this affects for both sons and daughters. They are not only focused on primary sectors. They are focused. I mean, it is all over the economy. There we see the effect in services as well as in manufacturing, and also in all of the skill groups. But if we classified fathers and mothers by their skill groups, it is visible all across. So it is not only kind of movement from manufacturing to agriculture to manufacturing. We also looked at the wage incomes and income mobility. And as in Chetty's work, the relationship between child and parents' income it's correlated. It's more correlated for sons. The correlation level is lower for daughters. However, there's this high correlation indicates kind of relatively lower mobility. Interestingly, for income mobility, what we see for daughters, they have higher levels of college education and they have, better occupational outcomes, but this did not necessarily translate into higher levels of income compared to their parents. But for sons, it did translate into higher levels of income. Of course, there is a caveat here that income variables in developing countries, they are not as comprehensive, and reliable measurement errors may be higher in income variables, and it may exclude a lot of the informal sector. However, we have this result of not having a lot of income mobility for daughters. So this indicates there are a lot of other channels that for gender-specific channels that may limit mobility. There may be household within household level structures that are affecting the attachment to labor force, for example. It is possible that that women are they are in higher occupation, but now they're able, because their wages are higher, they're able to work less hours and allocate hours to other household responsibilities. And there may also be discrimination at the labor market that is leading to this result. And so I will stop here.
Thank you very
Okay,
much.
thank you.
Thank you very much. So all these research, of course, confirms that trade agreements have win-win impact, win-lose impact. But of course, the angle that the research was taken from was quite innovative and quite new. And if we look at the win-lose impact, actually, I think there is something that policymaker can do about it. You know, something that they can do about this. And so I would like now to turn to Ambassador Kelly. As a policymaker, maybe you can give your perspective on these presentations and more generally on this aspect of impact of trade agreements. Thank you.
Thank you, Anush. I'll certainly try to, but after hearing those remarkably detailed and impressive presentations, I feel certainly the least qualified person on this panel to speak on the issue. But we have been through a process in New Zealand recently. Well, we continue to go through it to look at what the benefits are in our trade policy for all New Zealanders, including women. So including putting a gender lens over our trade policy. And so I will talk a little bit about that. But thank you very much for the invitation to participate today. And it is really impressive to hear of the work that these esteemed academics are doing in this field and their innovative approach to re-examining these issues. So in terms of trade and inclusivity and gender being a part of that, I mean, it's a topic that's still relatively young in the multilateral space, and it's very much only a few years ago in New Zealand that we started to grapple with recalibrating our trade policy on inclusivity issues. And domestically, we began to hear growing public concern about the effects of globalization and the benefits of trade and where they were being held in our economy. We heard reservations about the balance in trade agreements between market access for exports and the perception that globalization was exacerbating inequalities and in particular environmental problems. And a lot of questions were being asked about who benefits from trade, how do we ensure that it's sustainable and that it fitted, the trade policy fitted seamlessly and coherently with wider economic policy and environmental policy as well. So officials were tasked to review our trade policy, and we did that. I mean, as I'm sure this audience knows, trade is a very big driver of the New Zealand economy, and for a long time it has been a really key driver. And so the balance between trade and other economic policies has been a real overriding concern of the last few years. And one thing we knew about industries which are engaged in what we call our tradable sector is that they're more successful than industries in the non-tradable sector. They have they employ more staff, they generate more profit, they pay their employees higher wages. So the more of our economy that sits in the tradable sector, the more our economy benefits. I mean, that's a fairly simplistic analysis, but it's one that's held true over a number of years. So try to marrying up those economic livelihood type concerns alongside wanting to ensure inclusivity in our trade agreement. In 2018, our government began consulting widely with New Zealanders to get a wider set of views about what our trade policy should look like. And we called this the Trade for All agenda. Its aim was to ensure that trade policy was supporting sustainable and inclusive economic development and delivering for all New Zealanders. In particular, looking at 5 sections of the communities: women, our Indigenous Māori people, small and medium enterprises, and New Zealanders who are living in the regions. We also looked at the sustainability issues from the environmental as well as livelihood perspective. And of course, with all these efforts, the first thing you have to do when you look to analyze your economic performance is collect some data on it. And we had quite a paucity of data around the gender component of our trade in particular. So it took us some months to pull together some useful data to determine levels of participation by gender. And I mean, we looked at it in both gender and ethnicity terms for the purposes of this study, but I'll just focus on the gender aspects today. And just some very high level outcomes that we found were that women were underrepresented as employees, leaders and owners in exporting firms. They are only 40% of employees in exporting firms. And given that our exports are heavily concentrated in the primary sector industries and related manufacturing where women have lower representation overall, that was one particular reason or difference that seemed to contribute to the significantly lower representation of women. We also found that where they were participating in exporting firms, and while they benefited from higher average earnings overall than women in non-exporting firms, on average they were receiving a smaller export pay, if you like, premium than men, and larger gender earning gaps were present in exporting firms than non-exporting firms. So firstly, we had smaller participation by women in the export sector, and then within that participation, there were some gaps and inequalities and disparities. We found that women are even less represented when it comes to owning and leading export businesses. We used highest paid jobs as a proxy for determining leadership roles. We found that only 23% of these roles in goods exporting firms were held by women, and only 15% of goods exporting firms had a majority of women in leadership positions. And similar disparities existed with respect to ownership, with 14% of working proprietor exporting firms owned by women. Board representation is another issue that we've been grappling with. I think many WTO members have in exporting and non-exporting firms. So what all this means is, well, there are many multifaceted causes and effects behind these statistics, but it's clear that women are not equally represented in New Zealand's export sector. And that in itself is incredibly useful to know. We have certainly more work to do in determining why that is, where the structural, the systemic and systematic, I guess, barriers are to women's engagement in the exporting sectors. But we've started along this path, and it's certainly been an eye-opening and useful exercise. And I think congresses such as this and the type of research that we've heard today is really important, because certainly New Zealand, I'm not aware that in New Zealand we've been able to do such a detailed degree of research into these particular aspects. And it's absolutely critical to have this kind of exchange on the range of information that is out there for policymakers. I'll talk a little bit about some of the responses that we have developed in the last few years in response to these findings. One set of responses has been in terms of support for moving into export or increasing export amongst women entrepreneurs, giving them the access and the support they need to be able to take advantage of our network of free trade agreements and our export orientation as an economy. We have specific programs designed to address some of the specific issues that we've found affect women in women-led businesses and trade. I mean, all New Zealand businesses are challenged by their distance from markets. We're very, very distant country, and navigating foreign business environments is a challenge to all. Finding partners overseas is another challenge, as is accessing information needed on foreign markets. We found that women-led businesses in particular face barriers of access to finance, and we heard the Maria Luisa Hyam, the Trade Minister of El Salvador, mention that as a particular issue for El Salvador's work in this area. Access to support networks is another issue that we've found for our exporting women, as are the kind of cultural norms that we've talked about, or that our academic colleagues have talked about in their studies today, that household care obligations, unpaid work can act as constraints on women's participation. So one practical way is for our economic development agencies to develop targeted and tailored support packages for women to enable them to access finance that is particularly aimed at supporting women's entrepreneurship. There's angel funds that exist for women-led businesses. Our economic development agency has created women-led sectoral support groups so that they can, giving them platforms to talk about how they have been successful as women entrepreneurs in other markets. Also in the digital trade space, because as I think we've heard throughout the Congress this week, access to digital platforms is so critical in lifting participation in global value chains. There has been a focus too amongst various of our economic agencies in ensuring that there are platforms available for women and particular training opportunities that are targeted at women to enable them to make that leap into the digital export space. In the more kind of pure trade policy space, we have, and this was one of the recommendations or part of the sets of recommendations that came out of the public consultation process on our Trade for All agenda. We now seek the inclusion of gender provisions in all our trade negotiations. And the most kind of highly developed example of that is the New Zealand-UK Free Trade Agreement, which has a chapter on gender, which looks at advancing women's economic empowerment. And I mean, those gender chapters, we believe, have a twofold purpose. I mean, they very clearly state our purpose as a trade partner in ensuring that there is a gender lens in those agreements. It also keeps us as a trade partner focused on what our obligations are to New Zealand exporters. And whereas we see organic improvements in the participation of women in trade, we find that policy responses have to be deliberate, targeted, and sustained if that progress is to be captured and locked in. And free trade agreements with gender chapters is one way of doing that. It keeps us honest and frequently builds in, I mean, there's not, I have to say, many of the language or many of the obligations in gender chapters tend to be best endeavours still, but the disciplines tend to be around data, collecting data, analyzing data, exchanging experience. And those are very important ways of continuing to drive work. Our free trade agreement with the European Union is another recent agreement where we have a article on trade and gender equality with those hard obligations to promote women's economic empowerment and gender equality. We have also complemented our FTA agenda with a network with close partners on an inclusive trade agenda. So we have an inclusive trade action group, which grew out of our membership of the Comprehensive and Progressive Trans-Pacific Partnership. And Chile and Canada were our first allies in beginning that process and endorsing a joint declaration on fostering progressive and inclusive trade. And out of that group, which we call by the acronym ITAG, the ITAG was able to deliver a trade instrument, which was the Global Trade and Gender Arrangement, the GTAGA, in 2020. And that is an arrangement that seeks to foster women's economic empowerment through trade. And we have been joined on this journey by, in addition to Chile and Canada, by Mexico, Peru, Colombia, and Costa Rica and Ecuador have also joined us as GTAGA members this month. So we're that initiative is well bedded in now and picking up a good head of steam, I would say. So I'll conclude my remarks there, just to say that yes, our experience in policy making and taking that gender lens to our trade policy and applying it is that you have to build in systemic change and then be very systematic about its review and implementation, and so that it's sustained over time through changes of government, through periods of economic austerity and changes in policy emphasis between governments. So we feel that we have got our journey underway, and but there's more work we need to do, and events such as this Congress, I think, are a really, really important part of supporting the actions that individual WTO members are making in this regard, and the work, the academic work that we've heard about this, that gives us more to reflect on. So I'll stop there. Thank you, Anush.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. And if you allow me to complement what you just said, I think also you're bringing all this experience and expertise to the WTO because you are an active member of the informal working group on trade and gender in the WTO. So this is something that I think, could be also highlighted if I may. Thank you. Well, thank you very much. We've passed our time, but maybe I will allow myself a few, no? Oh, okay. Oh, we have still 20 minutes. Okay, I thought we were passing our time. So wonderful. We have time for questions. We'll see if there are questions in the floor, and if not, we'll see if there are questions online. Anybody wishing to fire a question right now? Oh, yeah, in the back there. Can you please also state your name, please, and your affiliation?
Thank you, Nadia from the UN Economic Commission for Africa. Thanks to the presenters, very interesting research. I wonder, it's a question for all the presenters, if you could comment on your views on the quality of the data sources you've used, given how how much your analysis relies on them, the quality of those data sources and what the implications might be for the findings, based on that. And then what more you think we need to do in terms of those data sources if you find that the quality or the scope of them needs to be improved. Thanks.
Thank you, Nadia. We'll maybe take another question before I give the floor to the researchers. Yes, Susan?
Hello, yes, Susan Lucas from the UK. Can you hear me? I was interested, I missed probably in the depth of detail in the Vietnam paper, which I found extremely interesting, whether you control for rising education levels over time adequately in your analysis. Thank you.
Thank you. So I'll turn now to the panelists who would like to answer first the first question. Maybe Weidi?
So thank you for the question. I think the first question is for the speakers, so I will start with my paper. So in my paper, we use basically two aspects of data. So the first data is on trade data. So we combine the tariff data. So the tariff data is from the official statistics, so that is, very accurate. And the second data is more on the China side, so it's on the Chinese demographic statistics. So basically, we use data of the China's 2000 population census and then also China's 2010 population census. And so that is for our main empirical analysis. And then for some other robustness checks, we also use China's population census in 2005 and also in 1990. So China's population census, so we use the sample data, so the 1% sample data. So that has been used in many existing studies, and so we cross-check the data, so it's very robust. And so we think our data sources are pretty good. And second, regarding the data collection for future research, I think this is a very important topic because we need data to get our research works, and then we need our research findings to maybe to get policy to give policy recommendations. So the quality of the data is very important. And what we can do for future data collection, I think it is also important to include as many demographic information as possible into the data collection. For example, we want many detailed information. We want to know the location, like where the individual lives and where the individual works. We also want to know the detailed occupation and industry that the individual works. And then we want to know for sure gender and education history, marriage fertility, etc. So combined with all this data, then we can conduct more detailed analysis. Yeah, so that is from my side. Thank you.
Thank you, Weidi. I will go now to John and Shushanik. Maybe you want to answer the first question. Thank you.
Right, thanks. In a sense, we have really, really good data because we are using a 5% random sample of the decennial census. So we've got 10 million observations. You can't get any more of a representative sample than the census, and that allows us to do things like use fine geographic detail. Look at what's happening at the level of local labor markets. So that's great stuff. Unfortunately, there are two really big drawbacks to using census data for this purpose, and one is that the definitions of industry are very crude. There are, I forget, it's under 300 industries, and that's a very in census data, and that's a very aggregated, crude division of the data. It's when people use customs data, for example, they have 6 or 8 different digit in industry categories, and so that's a disadvantage. And the other really big disadvantage, which sort of kills me, is that as Shushanik emphasized, we have two cross sections. We are not able to follow any individual worker over time. So the workers in our 2000 sample are different people than the workers in our 1990 sample. I'll give you an example on the other side. There are data sets from Brazil and from Denmark that are administrative data that actually allow a person to follow all the workers through their whole careers. And there's this great paper that came out last year, I think, it was closely related by Wolfgang Keller and Halle Uttar, using the Danish data to look at the effects of import shocks on men's and women's labor market responses, and they find very big differences in the way men and women respond. But they can actually follow how that worker adjusts over time. They actually find it's kind of similar to our story, but it's better documented that when women workers are industry is hit by an import competing shock, a certain fraction of them drop out of the labor market for a few years, get married, have a kid, and then come back into the labor market later on. So that's consistent with our story, but we can't really prove that happens because we don't follow workers over time. So that's my perspective on that, on our data quality, pluses and minuses.
Thank you very much. Now I'll go to Beza. I think the second question was more targeted to your paper, but if you want to address the two questions, please. Thank you.
Thank you. For the data quality, that's a very good question. Working with developing country data, it's a challenge sometimes to be able to construct the data and then map it to standard international classifications. Especially if we are looking at a long period of time, the earlier rounds of data is usually lower quality. So it involves a lot of meticulous work, just going one by one, sometimes through the classifications, making sure that they're consistent over time. They are matching well with the standard industry classifications for, in our case, occupational classification as well. It is always a challenge. However, there are several developing countries with exceptionally good data, India being one, for example. And Vietnamese data, we think, so this is something that we develop in the literature, and sometimes we rely on previous work. Brian McCaig, for example, has done substantial work with Vietnamese data and made it available to all of us to work. So it is sort of like, there's something that develops in the literature that makes the data usable. For intergenerational mobility, we are using household survey. So this survey was not designed initially for intergenerational mobility. We constructed mobility out of the household survey. Ideally, for intergenerational mobility data, it will be, as John mentioned, that it will be following actual individuals over time, and it will be a panel data, but rather this is repeated cross-section. But the advantage is that it is a national representative survey. So with trade being a national shock, we need to be working with the national representative surveys. So that's a big advantage. So we know how the sample was designed, it was stratified, and when we construct the province level exposure variables, we know that the underlying employment shares are representative of that province, the labor force in that province. So there are very positive points about the data, but there's of course room for improvement. And one other thing for developing country that's different than developed country data is that when we take income variables out of the data and education, especially income variables, it is usually underrepresented in informal sector. So there, I think especially for gender, the casual work and informal work is very important, and we do not actually have very good quality data in what they get from their casual work and informal work. For income, we have good data on wage, but that's often in the formal sector, and that's sort of more limited, and that is more male dominated. So I think, you know, more data needs to be collected in the informal sector. So that is on data. For the second question on Vietnamese education, improvement in education over time, what we control is in as a robustness check, actually in one of the sections in the paper that we analyze, we control for the investment infrastructure of education, how many teachers they have and how many schools they have, the investment on teachers and investment on schools, to see if the results are robust. Given this time, Vietnam also invested a lot on education, and they increased number of schools and number of teachers substantially. So our results are certainly robust to that. And education is something we consider in the paper as an outcome. So educational outcome improves, then that's the channel for mobility. And we do find that trade leads to higher education outcomes. The dropping out of secondary school, the chances of dropping out of secondary school decreases substantially because of trade, because of the bilateral trade agreement with the US, opening US markets to Vietnam, but also chances of vocational training for males, not for females, but chance of having college education for both males and females, they improve. So this is one of the channels that facilitate intergenerational mobility. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
That's
Thank you
helpful.
very much. Maybe to follow up on the question on data collection, Ambassador, you just mentioned that you went through this extensive data collection process, and maybe you can tell us how, you know, what were the challenges, how challenging it was to do that. Thank you.
Thank you, Anush. I mean, yes, New Zealand's a developed country with adequate resources, you would assume, for doing this work, but we found when we set to it that we did not have a great deal of data. And you will have heard me when I was reeling off some statistics earlier, they were all about goods exporting firms, and that's because I mean, one generic problem is that we've always struggled to get adequate information and data on our services exporting sector, because unlike goods, there's no built-in mechanism whereby you can obtain that data. So we have to get it by surveying, and we found that surveying was the means by which we could generate the data that we could on women's participation in export. So I mean, yes, we found it a challenge, and that we didn't have a great deal, and that we had to use general labour force proxies to give us an idea of what the situation was in the export market, in the export sector. So collaboration with the OECD was really important. The OECD did a trade and gender review of New Zealand, which used our sources and built on them and delivered us some really helpful outcomes. We have means to build in ongoing imperatives to be collecting and improving this data, one of which is the trade agreements themselves, but also the national interest analyses that we're required to present to our parliament when we conclude or upgrade a FTA agreement. We now have an inclusion lender in those NIAs that we didn't previously. So that means that we have a very strong incentive as officials to be presenting data and to be building in ongoing harvesting of data once agreements are in place, and its analysis. So yes, it's an ongoing process, and we certainly haven't nailed it yet, but we will keep working on it.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. So maybe I'll turn to our participants online. Are there any questions online? Nope. Okay, that's a simple answer. Any other questions? Yes, sorry, in the back, and then the lady there.
Thank you. Take the floor. I'd like to emphasize the difficulty members. My name is Pedro Bravo. I'm Peru's DPR to WTO, and just wanted to emphasize the difficulties for members to collect data. I think this has been a key issue during this morning's discussion, and I would like to ask the panelists if is there one or two good practices, set of good practices that could be improved from the part of our governments to have better data on social issues, how they impact our final objective, which is to increase or improve the taking policies to promote gender issues and promote women empowerment. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I saw there was another hand.
Yeah, thank you so much, Chair. I'm Gaia Mayers from White Plus. Thank you, Ambassador, for this very elaborate and a really great example, what you were telling what New Zealand is doing. And you were talking about the GTGA. I'm sorry if I mispronounce it. It's very promising that you're looking also from an intersectional lens, because it's very, groundbreaking and very important. And if you're looking at women and also indigenous groups, and could you give maybe some examples or some ideas or best practices on how you're going to make trade work better for indigenous women leaders or women groups and women at the ground, and especially those women that are working in export zones or, for example, in extractivism industries, and also in this collaboration with the other countries. And for example, gender-based violence, is that an issue that you're looking at in terms of indigenous women? Thank you.
Thank you very much. So I'll first turn to Ambassador Kelly, if you want to answer that question.
I'll certainly try to. It's a very good question, a very interesting and detailed one. The situation of New Zealand's Indigenous people in respect of trade is an interesting one, because particularly interesting one, because the Māori people have a very long history of trade, and about 30% of our primary sector resources are in Indigenous ownership. So there is a considerable economic stake that Māori people have a considerable economic stake in New Zealand's overall economy. What that means for the participation of Indigenous women is that there is more scope than there's ever been for them to take on leadership roles, and that's both as a result of that's from within Māoridom and through support from government. And there are a lot of women leaders there's a lot of women-led Māori businesses, particularly, and I would say some of the particular areas where you see them clustered are in the Manuka honey industry, in the wine industry, so in food and beverage. And it's a complicated issue to explain very quickly, and I realize that we've got time up against us, but a lot of that participation in export is coming out of experience in governance of tribal assets, because Māori women have always been involved in the governance of their tribal land. And that is now that they are, those tribal resources are being used as an economic base. They're moving into leadership roles as a natural progression. Sorry, that hasn't answered all of your question, but it's a start. I'm happy to follow up.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. So I'm turning now to our experts about the question from Peru. Any advice on this aspect of data collection? So YD.
So thank you for the question. I hope I can have something to say on this part. So from my experience in China's data collection, because China is also in the early stage of, the very accurate and detailed data collection. I think one thing is, as I mentioned, it is to include as many demographic information in the data. So for example, let me give an example. So there is an annual survey of industrial firms in China, so conducted every year, and which is also used a lot in the literature. But if we check the period between 1990 to 2007, this 8-year window, only 3-year survey tells you the number of female employees in the firm and the number of male employees in the firm. So for all the other years, we only know the total number of employees in the firm. So we don't know how many females are employed. So that gives us some difficulty in conducting research. So, I mean, the easiest way is that when you conduct a survey, just ask how many female employees are in the firm. So that's a very easy one. And the second thing I think we can work on is that, so since we have many year data, and then there are some changes in geographical codes and also industry codes. So I think it is important to track the changes in geographical codes and industry codes. So when we merge these data in different years, we know how to merge different industries and then also different locations. Yeah, I think that is from my part. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So I will turn now to John, and after to Beza. John?
Yeah. Well, one constructive point is if a government is able to make administrative data available to researchers, that can help a great deal. So Brazil has the RAIS data set. I don't know Portuguese. I don't remember what it stands for, but it's administrative data that follows the careers of every Brazilian worker who is in a formal sector firm, and follows them over time, and researchers are able to link it up with the industry of the firm and import and export information. And so you're able to look at all kinds of detail about effective trade on gender and income distribution and so on. I haven't heard of any similar project for Peru. Obviously, with administrative data, there are extreme confidentiality issues. I mean, you can't just hand it over to researchers without any restrictions. It has to be done in such a way that protects the privacy of the individual people. On the other side, the World Bank does have this giant project of the living standards measurement surveys, which is provides household surveys in a unified way across countries. And I know that Peru participates in that, and that's a very important and constructive project that has provided a lot of benefit. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And for our last answer to the question on data collection, Beza, you have the floor.
Thank you for the question on the data, and I agree about the share of female workers within firms, for example, if it was available for all years, and the administrative data. So to add to those points, I think for gender aspects, what will be most beneficial? So if there is a budget for a new data collection, and I actually don't know if this is available for Peru or not, but time use data within households, I think that will be very important, because when we look at the labor market surveys, we see the outcome, labor force participation, and we see that female workers go in and out of labor force much more often than male workers. And so in terms of the mechanisms, why this is happening, it is sort of, we're trying to guess, because we have the outcome. They're either in or out. But what is happening within the household is that can be collected with the time used, to how they are using their time, and how the male within the household allocating time to different tasks in the household, and how female are doing it, and how important is social networks for childcare. For example, this For example, in Canada, one of the binding constraints for, if something like this happened in Canada, all of a sudden, a giant market opened its doors to our exports. If it's suppose it's a big shock, there will be still a binding constraint for women that they will be comparing, childcare costs, daycare costs, for example. This sort of mechanisms usually when we consider trade, we are considering industries and the demand for labor skill and etc. But I think for developing countries especially, there needs to be specific attention to what is happening within the household, and that can be done with the time use surveys. And it's available for the US, but I am not sure that not many developing countries have that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So just maybe to build on what Hasda said, and then I will close the session. Actually, in the WTO, we also have these, data collection processes. They are not really this kind of data that economists are using, but they are data about policies and how, for example, gender has been integrated in aid for trade programs. So we have, for example, the process of the aid for trade monitoring and evaluation exercise. We also have the trade policy review mechanism, where we also have collected some data on on gender responsive national trade policies. So that complements also the maybe the more economic aspect of data collection as well. And also here in the WTO, we have created a database which compiles all the gender provisions that are contained in free trade agreements and regional trade agreements. That's another, let's say, tool or data collection tool that we have published in July this year. Again, it's very different from what our experts and our economists here are telling us about it, but we also have that aspect in the WTO on focusing on the trade policy aspect or the data collection on trade policy. So I just wanted to make that point as well to complement what was said. And on that note, I would like to close this session. Don't forget that at 2:30 you have the last session of the Congress, last research session of the Congress, which is looking at digitalization. Really interesting papers there that are being, and really new findings there that will be outlined. And right after that session, we will close the Congress with a closing session. Don't miss that one. Also, we have our Deputy Director General Angela Allard coming to speak to us, as well as the Congress ambassadors. If you remember from the opening, we had our 5 or 4 Congress ambassadors explaining their work on the ground, supporting women that are impacted by crisis. They will come at the closing and give us some recommendations that we will be able, I hope, to take away from the Congress and integrate in the work that we do. So stay tuned for this afternoon and see you at 2:30. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Let's get started. We don't have a lot of time and we have 4 papers to discuss. So let me welcome you all to this session, including everybody who is online. It's a great pleasure for me to moderate this session, which is focused on gender gaps in trade and with a focus on digitalization and whether the digital economy offers solutions. So I think we have 4 interesting papers on this theme. A mix of big picture papers, very narrow, detailed micro types of analysis, but also papers that deal with the institutional environment, international cooperation. So the way I think we should structure this session is each of the speakers will have 15 minutes to present their paper. Then we're going to have a discussion of 10 minutes or so, where we have Q&A, and then we go paper by paper. And then Ambassador Sofia Martinez is going to wrap up at the end to try and pull everything together and to provide her perspectives. My name is Bernard Hoekman. I'm a professor at the Robert Schuman Center at the European University Institute. So without further ado, let's start with Simonetta.
Thank you and welcome. Thank you, Bernard. So welcome to you in the room, to those who are connected remotely. And the presentation will be a presentation. I will make the first part of it, then there will be Professor Piovani, who will join us remotely, and then I will take again the floor for some short conclusions. The paper we are presenting is a paper Professor Piovani, myself, drafted, but we have a third author who is Carlotta Scholzer, who is a member of my program. So I am Simonetta Zarrilli, and I am the chief of the Trade, Gender and Development program at UNCTAD. So let's start our conversation on digitalization. What Chiara and I would like to present is a paper on digitalization from a development and gender perspective. Okay, so this is how the presentation will unfold. As I said, I will start and then Professor Piovani will come in and discuss the impact of digitalization in agriculture. This is the picture, the figures give you an idea of what we are going to discuss. So the development and the gender divide. If you look at it, you will see that in high-income countries, there is basically more than almost all the population is using the internet, and as you see, there are basically no differences between female and male use of the internet. However, if we move and we look at the situation in lower income countries and the LDCs, then we start seeing quite notable differences, both in the number of people who have access, who are using the internet, and the difference between men and women using it. Now, from a point of view of development, so we have seen in the first slide that there are differences, north-south differences. So why are these differences there? Let's say two reasons to explain this difference in using of the internet is the coverage and the affordability. So while in urban areas, most people have access to mobile broadband network, the situation changes quite dramatically if we look at the coverage in developing countries and especially in rural area. So there is a difference, a north-south difference. There is a urban-rural difference. But and there is a problem of affordability. To have a good internet connection is basically inexpensive in developed countries, but it can be quite expensive in developing countries, and it is still very expensive in the LDCs. We have calculated that having a good fixed broadband coverage in the LDCs is around 24% of per capita GNI. So it is a big investment. But if we look overall at internet use, we have overall very good numbers. But these numbers, so the number of people who have access, who use the internet, does not mean that they use the internet in what we call a meaningful way. So our paper is very much centered around this concept of meaningful use of the internet. Because one thing is if you use the internet to improve your education, to sell your products online, to set up a network of a professional network. Another thing is if you use the internet for chatting with family and friends or for entertaining. And this is what we really try to explore in our paper, this idea of the meaningful use of the internet. So, here we look specifically at the gender divide. So if we just look at use of the internet, we have differences as we saw before, but we wanted to go beyond just looking at use, and we tried to look at a kind of more sophisticated indicator, that is how many people received digital payments in 2021. And if you look at the figure, you will see that there are differences, geographical differences between developed other developing countries and LDCs, and there are also differences between women and men. So this means that this meaningful use is still remains a challenge for especially for women. So even when access and affordability are issues that are solved, there is this problem of this issue of how to use the internet and for which purposes. And we looked at a study from the World Wide Web Foundation that estimates that women are 30 to 50% less likely than men to use the internet in a more productive and meaningful way. And our own field work shows the same results. For instance, we worked with women farmers in Myanmar, And despite having the phone and having access to being connected to the internet, they were using it basically for social purposes, and they were not using it, for instance, to check prices, in which markets they could get better prices, or to get more information about, for instance, good farming practices. So next question is why it is so. So here we come to the meaningful use. So why women are not using the internet in a more productive, in a way that contributes to personal development and business growth. And these are the main reasons. So one is linked to lower level of technological literacy and awareness. We also know that still we have this long-standing problem of girls getting very little involved in studying STEM disciplines. And so they don't have this kind of skills, and at the same time, they don't participate in the development of the technology, so the technology may not be attuned to women's needs. Also, this leads of not knowing very well all the potentials of being connected and all things that could be done through the internet. There is a problem of language and content, of course, if what you can find is in a language you don't master, or if the content does not help in your daily life, the level of interest drops. There are cultural considerations. Sometimes is for women being on the internet, there is this idea they will get in touch with faraway people, unknown people. In some culture, this may not be particularly welcome. And then another long-standing problem that is time poverty. So to put together huge household responsibilities with time to use the internet in a meaningful way. Now, what we are seeing is, I talked about north-south divide, urban, rural divides, gender divides, but there are other divides that are linked to the age, are linked to the socio-economic background, to the education. So there are many divides that build up on each other. And this is, we have seen it not only in developing countries, where of course the phenomenon is more severe, but also in developed countries. Low-income households usually use smart phones to have access to the internet. And of course, it's different what you can do if you use just a phone. So whatever you can see, you see in the small screen of your phone, or if you have a proper computer. Of course, this gives you much more possibility. So the conclusion of this, looking at all these divides, is that there is a risk that despite all the great potentials of digitalization, this digitalization may reinforce pre-existing development, socioeconomic, and gender divides. And here I stop and I give the floor to Professor Piovani, who is joining us from Denver University.
Thank you very much. Now we move to the agricultural sector. We selected agriculture as our case study because this is a sector that is highly relevant for women's employment in developing countries, and especially in the least developed countries. In these regions, women are especially involved in family farming, which remains the most predominant form of agriculture worldwide. Digital technologies have the potential to help make agriculture and global food production more inclusive and sustainable. In fact, they can help target precision agriculture, which makes the practice of farming more accurate and controlled, and the use of resources more efficient. And they can target improved access to information and services, such as finance, advisory, insurance, etc., for millions of smallholder farms. These technologies can help producers increase productivity, sustainability, quality of production, and expand market access. They can also help consumers have access to more transparent information. There are, however, important challenges and constraints that must be addressed. Affordability, first, initial investment cost can be significant. Who owns the data? Data ownership is a critical issue that is not yet properly considered in most policy discussions. Requirements in terms of digital literacy and technology skills. And in addition, small-sized farms have specific needs that must be considered by the development of digital technologies. I'll move to the next slide. Although agriculture is key for women's livelihood, men and women hold different economic roles in the sector due to various sources of gender bias. Following the traditional gender division of labor, which assigns to women the primary responsibility of unpaid care work and to men the leading role as income providers, women tend to be disproportionately involved in subsistence agriculture. Therefore, women are typically less involved in commercial agriculture than men, and when they do get involved, they tend to hold lower skilled, lower paid positions. Women often also show lower productivity in agriculture than their male counterparts due to gender gaps in education and training, mobility, land ownership, access to financial and banking services, and access to agricultural services, agricultural extension services. Next one. Digital technologies can help women and other smallholder farmers in developing countries overcome or compensate for some of the barriers that they face. They can help women have access to key market information, increase participation in agribusiness value chains, expand market access, and reduce dependence on intermediaries. They can also be designed to build on women's indigenous knowledge of local and agroecological production, which is important in the process of building a more sustainable food system. In terms of economic benefits, women can experience greater productivity, better competitiveness, larger volumes of exports, and greater financial returns. There are, however, major constraints that must be considered. There are gender gaps in technology adoption. Men tend to adopt new technologies at higher and faster rates than women. The available technologies may not be appropriate to respond to women's needs, and women are still rarely involved in the innovation process behind technological development. The possible solutions that we identified entail designing more effective advisory services, addressing digital literacy barriers, support in opening mobile accounts, mobile money accounts, engaging with the local community-based organizations, and supporting women's access to agricultural technology and to the innovation process behind it. Despite challenges and constraints, there are many success stories showing how access to digital agriculture can be a source of both empowerment and higher productivity for women. In India, Nano Ganesh is a remote control for water pumps, which can be activated remotely by mobile phone and can help women and men, farmers, use water more efficiently. This is, however, especially important for women farmers, as the nighttime trips to turn the water pumps on can be especially risky and difficult for them. This innovation has also generated new activities which provide additional sources of income for women in the company's rural call centers, electronics assembly, and the marketing and training. In Kenya, women farmers can use smartphones to watch weather trends. This information allows them to forecast the optimal planting and harvesting, especially for the crops they need to be dried. In Ghana, women shea nut farmers, traditionally working in informal shea processing, thanks to digital technologies, could disengage from intermediaries, directly connect to a new market of international buyers through the shea network Ghana, and increase their profits significantly by even an estimated 80%. Now
Thank you, Chiara. So just a few words for concluding this presentation. I think that is the thrust of the paper is quite clear at this point. These huge benefits coming, potential benefits coming from digitalization, including for women, and during the pandemic, the use of digital tools has expanded. So in a way, the feeling is that we could, now we are more able to use them and to benefit from them. But from what we have seen, there are still many difficulties for making digitalization this kind of opportunities for all. So what do we need to make these good outcomes happen? And one is policy coherence. We, in this field, as in many other fields, we cannot address different problems in a kind of a clustered manner, but there is a need to include the social inclusion strategies when we think about digitalization and gender considerations, since it looks like among the many divides, digital divides, women seems to suffer from many of these divides. For LDCs, still there is a problem of insufficient infrastructure and still very high prices for connection. This issue of the meaningful use, in a way there is a vicious circle where use of internet is not leading to the kind of personal development and business growth that is expected, and women in particular are not getting out of this vicious circle, so there is a need to break it. Partnership, of course, the governments are the main responsible authorities in this field, but there are many other actors that play a key role. So the private sector with the various companies involved in, for instance, the phone companies. If we want gender consideration to be included in digitalization policy, we need to have gender experts. And there are issues where a partnership between governments and development partners can be particularly useful, for instance, to upgrade the digital skills of women. There is another problem that I think has been discussed in this Congress from day one to now, that is the problem that if you don't have a very clear data, it is difficult to have solid policies. If you don't know who is using the technology, what are the barriers, for which reasons people use the technology, what are the benefits they are getting out of it, then it is difficult in this field, as in all other fields, to have the right policies. So to conclude, we know that with the 2030 agenda, countries committed to leave no one behind, and the countries also committed to build back better after the pandemic. So having good policies for digitalization that help overcoming all these divides we have discussed could be very much welcome. Thank you.
Thank you very much. What I'd like to have is actually have questions and answer after each paper, but given that we really are super pressed for time, I think it's, in fairness to the other authors, I want to offer them the same amount of time. So if you could hold your questions towards the end for Simonetta and Chiara, that would be good. So let's now go to the next paper, which is, I think, going to be presented by Jennifer Poole. So Jennifer, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. I am here on Zoom. I'm going to share my screen. I believe I can do that. All right. Can everyone see my slides okay?
Yep,
Wonderful.
it's all good.
Thank you so much. Well, thank you, Bernard, and thanks to my fellow participants. Good morning from Washington, D.C. Good afternoon there in Geneva. It's rather gloomy here and rainy. I hope the weather is more preferable there. Either way, I most certainly would prefer to be there with you in person. But without further ado, let me describe this new research that my co-author Christian Volp from the Inter-American Development Bank and I are working on. In fact, it's a very nice takeoff from the end of Simonetta's presentation, in the sense that she called for data. We need data to be able to truly be able to all of the nice theoretical benefits that came up in the last paper. I think we're going to be able to show you in this very micro study some of the key benefits of digitalization, e-commerce, particularly for women-led exporting firms. So several years ago, I'll just motivate our question a little bit, though I suspect I don't need to motivate it too much for the audience today. But several years ago in 2015, I was lucky to spend 1 year in the Obama White House as part of the Council of Economic Advisors. And, you know, as an academic myself, really truly being embedded in policy, I saw how much, you know, the ideas of exporting and promoting exporting, and this was the key. We want to reach abroad. And one of the key motivations, or in part, that was because of the so-called exporter wage premium offered by these firms. That is that otherwise identical firms, exporters tend to pay higher wages to their workers on average. And in fact, one statistic at the time from the Department of Commerce really struck me as interesting, was that female-owned, women-owned exporting firms have an even larger exporter wage premium than do male-owned exporting firms. Interesting. Of course, that still merits further discussion and further research and further evidence, but take that as it is. That suggests a very strong motivation, a very strong reason why promoting exports, particularly for women, can actually help to build middle-class incomes, in addition to, of course, enhancing gender equality around the globe, and in that context in particular in the United States. So the question then becomes, if that's an outcome we want, how can we promote these female-led exporting firms? And that's exactly where we're going to start from in this paper. How can we encourage more female entrepreneurship in foreign markets? We know, and I'm guessing in this conference, although I haven't managed to participate as much as I'd like from a distance, that there are several benefits of international trade and foreign investment on women relative to men. I myself have contributed to several of this work with colleagues at UNCTAD and on some of the benefits of foreign investment for gender equality around the world. But today, we're going to think about, in addition to what you might think of as these sort of more market mechanisms that trade liberalization, enhancements in foreign investment can have market, right, just through the system that we live in, market benefits for women. Can we also offer best practice policy? What is the environment to even further benefit outcomes for women in foreign markets? And so we're going to specifically examine one type, the effects of an online business platform that can help to reduce the informational barriers to international trade, particularly for female entrepreneurs. We know that despite many lower policy barriers, lower tariffs, lower quotas, thanks in part to the World Trade Organization and all of the other free trade agreements around the world, that increase international trade. But of course, we still have significant informal, informational, border, so-called barriers to international trade, limiting the extent to which countries can actually gain from globalization, improve efficiency, offer further consumer choice and income growth around the world. Some business networks have been shown. You can match immigrants in different countries, as was a paper in 1994 by Head and Rees, or Chinese nationals around the world, as in a paper by Jim Rausch. Business networks can help to reduce the search frictions, the matching of buyer and supplier around the world, and overcome some of those informal border barriers to international trade, to transfer information about local customs and culture, to offer informal contract enforcement, for example. And then beyond that, tools that have been shown to help these networks communicate with one another reinforce the benefits, reinforce the gains from business networks. For example, telephones, for example, the internet, as we have just seen more generally, and in some previous work of my own, bilateral face-to-face communication through international travel, facilitating international trade flows. So in this paper, we're going to really focus on a very specific kind of business network, and that is an online business platform, which I'll give you a little bit more guts on in a bit. We're going to argue that particularly in accessing foreign markets, these informational, these informal border barriers that I've discussed, which are of course for everyone, regardless of gender, may actually be even stronger. Women may face even more specific barriers to foreign market access, perhaps simply because of discrimination, cultural norms, and stereotypes, perhaps because of a need for greater flexibility in your working hours because of demands at home in addition to your work demands, or because of a lower propensity for risk than male entrepreneurs, which has been shown in the past. Certainly, engaging in foreign markets is a significant entry in fixed costs, which comes with risk. And if women are more risk averse, that's going to limit those entry into those markets even more. So we're going to argue that this digital platform, and in fact, a lot of Simonetta's earlier and Chiara's earlier work sort of give us some of these foundations, right? That by offering a digital platform, offering e-commerce, it's going to allow those barriers. It's much more symmetric than more typical trade costs, you might think, right? The digital technologies are going to help to offer training, enhanced access to information, leveling, quote, the playing field, so to speak. May even help reduce the burdens associated with discrimination, as the internet, online, e-commerce might be slightly more anonymous for your buyer as a female exporter. And of course, being online can help women with more flexible schedules, allowing them to participate and engage maybe in the best times for them. And so we're going to make the argument that these online business platforms really can play an important role in making trade more gender equal. I'm going to skip through a little bit of that and tell you a bit more about the data source. So Connect Americas is the online business platform we're going to be using. It was developed by the Inter-American Development Bank along with a host of facilitators to help, I mean, with the exact purpose of internationalizing firms, small firms in particular in Latin America, though it was not restricted to Latin America. Anybody who wanted to join the platform could join the platform. Joining the platform is free. All you have to do is sign up, register, give us some information about your company, a little bit about who you are, where you're located, do you have any potentially already export destinations, commercial presence in other markets? What are your main product lines? And of course, importantly for this research, you need to tell us something about the gender composition of your management team. I'll give you just some snippets of, if you want to go to the website yourself and take a look, welcome to the largest business community, a free platform to help you access international markets, allow you to connect with customers and suppliers from all over the world. So the nice thing about that is that the folks at IDB, my co-author, have a list of all firms that ever registered. They know who's behind this and who's joining, right? We went from about over time, tripling from about 50 countries represented to 170. So of course, well beyond Latin America. The number of firms represented now encompasses a total of about 400,000 each year. You can see the platform growing in terms of the number of firms. The firms are widely represented across countries, as you can see on the left graph, and also widely represented across different sectors of the economy: services, beverages, machinery, tools, technology, textiles. But the important part here, and I'll spend a little bit more time on these graphs, is that Connect Americas has encouraged and favored the participation of women. On the left graph, you're going to see the increase in the share of firms in Connect Americas represented by female-led teams, right? Going from around 30% at the starting point upwards of 45% in the later years that we have data on. But of course, we all know that women and female representation in different sectors and in different countries might have played a role here. And so what we do in the right-hand graph there is we're going to run a simple regression in which we have country by sector fixed effects. We're going to use those gear dummies to sort of say, okay, let's control for the other characteristics, differences across countries and differences across sectors in terms of their gender composition more generally. Even controlling for that, we can see going from about 2015 up to 2022. I'm not sure if you can see my cursor here. Approximately, about a 20 percentage point increase in the share of female-led firms in the Connect Americas platform over time, even controlling for those differences across men and women. Shows you representation across men and women in Connect Americas in many different countries around the world. And this is perhaps even the most important one to look at. Comparing Connect Americas and the representation of women in Connect Americas to a World Bank enterprise survey, which will also ask about the management and the ownership of your firm. We can see that the share of Connect Americas firms led by women is always for a given country greater than the share of firms owned by women as reported in the equivalent enterprise survey by the World Bank. That can be seen in the left graph in the Q plot, always above the 45-degree line, or the density being everywhere to the right in Connect Americas. That's also true within sectors and within countries again. So we're thinking, gosh, given this outsized presence of women in Connect Americas, women must be viewing this access as valuable. It must be favoring their search and matching, allowing them to find buyers, allowing them to overcome some of the discrimination they may face in typical face-to-face trade engagements. And so what we do here is we now extend the work of my co-author with some of his previous colleagues and take the data from Connect Americas and match it to detailed export transactions from the Peruvian market. Peruvian customs authorities have been kind enough to share data at the firm level, letting us know the firm's tax identifier, the name of the firm, the 10-digit product code, where they're exporting, what they're exporting, and how much they're exporting in terms of value and in terms of quantities, in terms of kilograms, in terms of weight. So, of course, Connect Americas doesn't have firm tax identifiers, making it really easy to match. So there was a bit of a labor-intensive process matching names across the two data sources. But this work, my previous work that my co-author and his IDB colleagues did, is now well published in the Journal of International Economics. So the matching, we feel, is settled and good in the literature. And so what we're going to do is we're going to take well, first, we're gonna show you that with this data, with their data, although for the restricted sample of Peruvian exporters for which we know the gender of the management team, that in fact those outcomes that they found in their previous paper are still true. Now, something that you all are most likely thinking is about the self-selection. Entrepreneurs are self-selecting into this platform. Maybe they're self-selecting exactly at that moment where export values are rising. right? So we want to do our best to mitigate the issues related to self-selection, to control for that, so we can truly find that causal effect from online platform to exports. And the way we're going to do that, or at least in this first step, is really control for this by having a range of very high dimensional fixed effects. Most importantly, these firm year fixed effects, which will control for that idea that, oh, a firm gets a shock. With that shock, they're more productive. They're going to, search on the internet, look everywhere, including signing on to the platform, and enhance their exports. We're also looking at within a product destination firm. So this is really thinking about changes over time within a very narrowly defined, in this case, 6-digit product code and existing destination. I'll just highlight the last column here, given the limited time we have, which is our, I would say, most robust specification. And you'll see that, in fact, participation in Connect Americas does encourage export values, increases in the, largely due to increases in the volume and the quantity of exports, without much in terms of that per unit value or price. I don't want to be too laissez-faire about that though. But then what we want to do is take this one step further. What this was, extending, showing you, replicating that, yes, in fact, for our sort of somewhat more limited sample, the results in the previous research hold. Now we're going to take that and say, well, we know from Connect Americas which firms are led by women and which firms are managed by men. We can now take this, again, exact same set of data and split it up. And you'll notice, again, I'll highlight this final column here, that the impacts of being in the Connect Americas platform, while still positive for male-owned firms, almost not significant, only at the 10% level, far stronger positive effect for women-owned firms, women-led firms. The same for weight, again, mostly driven by increased volumes. The very interesting feature we find is that average effect back here, which was insignificantly 0, looks like masks quite a bit of heterogeneity across female-led and male-owned firms. This is something we're still looking at, suggesting that being a part of Connect Americas really helps women entrepreneurs, women exporters to increase the price, increase the per unit value of their exports. So some might argue this is a quality upgrading. Maybe I'm reaching more distant, higher value buyers. Maybe I'm able to overcome some of the discrimination in face-to-face. A buyer is not going to buy from a woman-led firm. But behind the masked, semi-anonymous online e-commerce business platform, I will sell my goods. The quality of my goods will shine through. An alternative hypothesis is that there are firms out there that are seeking out women-owned firms, that really want to promote women-owned firms, and by using Connect Americas to search for those women-owned firms, I can even further contribute to higher prices and higher values. So this is, of course, still further research to come on the exact mechanisms playing out this price effect or per unit value effect for women and not for men, that we would value lots of discussion on in the case there. What I'll finally end with here, and I think this very nicely again ties back to Simonetta's presentation. Despite our very different approaches to the research, I think our conclusions are much the same. If we think that digital platforms can play an important role in making trade more gender equal, we need to have policies that truly encourage participation by women entrepreneurs in online markets. We have also a list of future work we'd like to do, and I'm hopeful for more to add to that list with your comments today, but I will leave it there. Thank you.
Great, thanks a lot for that. Really fascinating research. So we have some time for questions and answers, and Jennifer is in the market for ways to improve further the paper, so the floor is open. Nobody? If not, I have some comments. So I think one of the things that struck me about the paper, and maybe you can clarify, but it seems to me that the focus is really on trade in goods. And if you think about how digital technologies can actually help women-led firms or women as individuals kind of penetrate export markets, you know, one vector is obviously going to be through services, right? So I guess one question is that in the data there somewhere? Is that something you can bring in? Because I think a lot of these, of the hypotheses that you have, or the questions you're asking yourself, with respect to, is this dealing with bias? Is that one of the mechanisms, as opposed to, this is a technology that really allows people who want to sell things internationally the flexibility to do it whenever they want. So you have this, you know, you're not stuck in a 9-to-5 job. You don't need to be there. And that obviously, to me, seems something which is much more likely to be the case for services, right? And if you think about platforms like Upwork and all of these platforms that are used to actually help people sell services internationally, that's a lot of the value added there to the people who provide the services is flexibility. So that's one question in terms of how you might further dig into what you are doing. Now, another way of getting at services here, which you also might want to think about, is look at the services content of the goods that are actually being sold, right? So that's another way to get a sense of, you know, it's unpack the heterogeneity a bit in what you're finding on the export side. So that was me. Any other? Yes, I have a question here. Please go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Anushka Bogossian. I'm the head of the WTO Trade and Gender Unit. I just have a question for the speakers, for Simonetta and so for Jennifer. I was wondering what Simonetta touched upon this a little bit in the conclusion, the different recommendations for policymakers. So what would be the best avenue? Because Jennifer was saying, oh, you know, we need to integrate women into these platforms. So, you know, okay, but how? What sort of instruments should we use? Because we see now, for example, that WTO members are using their e-commerce strategies to integrate some of these gender elements into the different measures they want to put into place. So can you tell us what would be your idea in terms of what kind of policy could work actually to support women accessing this type of platform and accessing this type of technology? Thank you.
Thanks for that. Anyone else? Teresa?
Thank you, Bernard. Teresa Carpenter. I'm currently with UNCTAD, but speaking in a personal capacity. My question's for Simonetta, and you talked about women getting access to smartphones and so on, and using it mainly for what you called less meaningful use and family use and social media. I wonder if you were able to observe over 2 points in time whether you would see a progress there, in the sense that people might start using their smartphones for social media and so on, and then they might get used to them and then use them for what you call more economically productive aspects. If you could have 2 points in time, whether you see any progress or learning. Thank you.
Thanks, Teresa. I guess we're also getting some questions from the chat, which we don't control. We can't see it. So I don't know exactly how we get those, but
we don't have any question yet.
I would be happy to ask a question to Simonetta, if I may interject. I don't know if
Jennifer, yeah, go ahead.
This is from this morning.
Oh, okay. Jennifer? Yep.
Sure. Yes, thank you. Something that struck me about the statistics that you presented, and I was curious if you could elaborate a little bit. The idea that there's a gender divide in sort of the use of the internet, and specifically for the meaningful use for banking purposes or for business purposes. I guess I was curious whether you could distinguish that between already a gender divide in perhaps banking, or a gender divide in entrepreneurship, beyond just a gender divide in using the internet for those purposes, and whether you could disaggregate that a little bit. Importantly, because I think it goes back to the case study that you mentioned at the end, that, you know, if I think about the women in agriculture, as Chiara pointed out, these are typically the low-skilled workers. They're not the owners or the entrepreneurs who might be investigating. They just be taking orders more or less. And it is more generally subsistence agriculture, to the extent that you're using it for your own consumption, perhaps, rather than extensive business profits or revenues. So I was curious about that distinction.
Okay, thanks. So Jennifer, I suggest that you respond to some of the comments. There is actually a question, which if you could read that out, it's for Simonetta, so we can do that subsequently. So go ahead.
Sure. So thank you. Excellent comments, Bernard, which is something that also came up earlier in when I presented this earlier this week at Columbia Business School. And the services are, of course, a large component of Connect Americas, as I probably very quickly went through in the charts, given our 10-minute time limit. But you're correct that services, certainly in a tax and customs authority database from the Peruvian government, is not likely picking up trade in services as much. But I see that my co-author Christian is also here. Perhaps he can address that a little bit. He's online in case anyone wants to say hi. I don't know if you would like to address the idea of services trade any deeper, Christian. I think it's an interesting avenue to explore. One of the ideas that we had at the end was thinking through how much we could get at the mechanisms by exploring the heterogeneity in the data, either across destinations, across types of products, differentiated versus homogeneous. Certainly one avenue, and of course, to me, one of the most important ones is exploring the heterogeneity across destinations in terms of the gender equality of those destinations. But certainly we could think about manufacturing versus services, I suspect, to the extent that, again, if Christian wants to add anything more about the availability of trade and services data in the Peruvian export transaction data.
Hi, Jennifer. Hi, Bernard. Good to see you. Long time. I mean, in the case of Peru, there is so far no official data at the FEM level for services. So unfortunately, we cannot do the analysis. They created the register a few years ago, and they are expanding the register. And I think in a couple of years, we'll have good news. But that's a very typical problem in Latin America. So for many of the countries, and unlike what you have seen in Europe, we don't have access to this kind of data. We don't have access to the kind of data that Andrea Ariu uses in his paper in 2016, where this is what he calls the gold standard. You have data on FEM level of export of services for different type of services to different destinations. These kind of things, we don't have it in Latin America. We are working with many countries though. We are creating this data with Chile. We are doing that for Uruguay. And we are trying to do that to use data, the tax agencies in some of the countries like Ecuador, that has the data from VAT declarations. And that goes also, this last point goes to your comment, Bernard, which I think is very relevant, which is the services incorporated in the export of goods. One way to do that is to use VAT data. And in the case of Peru, we are working with the tax authorities to gain access to this kind of information in order to be able, what kind of firms are behind those who export goods and whether there are services that are incorporated there with a particular gender bias. So that would be next step. Again, thank you very much for the comments. I would love to be there too, like Jennifer. Thank you.
Great. Thanks a lot, Christian. I think Teresa Carpenter is going to be in touch with you because this touches on something that she's working on. If you could read out the question to Simonetta, and then I'll give the floor to you.
So this is a question for Simonetta from Amrita Barry, and she says that we are now seeing how trade agreements, especially the most recent ones, such as UK, Australia, are incorporating provisions on gender and access to digital technology and e-commerce. What potential can these provisions and trade agreements have in bridging this digital divide?
Thank you. Thank you for the question from here, the room, and from outside. So on this, Teresa's question on what we have observed. What we have observed is an increased use of internet by women. There is an expansion on the number of women who use the internet, and this across the regions, so developed, least developed, and other developing countries. What we have not seen, or we have seen in kind of a special way, is this the increase in the meaningful use. And let me give an example. We have seen that an increasing number of women in developing countries are using the social platforms, so Facebook or Instagram, to as tools for e-commerce. So instead of using the e-commerce platforms, they are using the social platforms for business purposes, even though is mainly to advertise the products and to find the clients. Then the delivery and the payment in most cases happens outside, I mean, not online. But I don't know if, so this is happening and is growing in various developing regions. But can we say that this is, can we regard it as a meaningful use of the internet? I think this is an open question, because on one hand you can say, okay, so they started using these platforms for chatting, for being in contact with the family and friends, and then having mastered the way the platforms, the social platforms work, they are moving to using it for business purposes, but using in a way, they are using a kind of inappropriate instrument, because then who is controlling the way these platforms that were created for social purposes are working for business? What are the rules? Who is controlling what is happening from a business point of view on platforms created for social purposes? So I think we can look at it as an improvement. We can also think that once women acquire more familiarity with e-commerce through the social platform, then they can shift to the business platforms. But on the other hand, there is also the risk that this using of social platforms for business purposes increases the informality. So it's a way of keeping the level of informality that is already very high in developing countries. It perpetuates it, or even increases it. So, but as I said, this is an open question and can be looked from different points of view. Now, for Jennifer, of course, as I tried to point out in the presentation, the idea is that digital divides build up on each other. So of course we have already starting men and women don't having the same playing field. And already this the gender divides, upon the gender divides, we have the digital gender divides. So we have a kind of a multiplication of divides. And this is why we see, for instance, the example in the presentation was the limited number of women who can use quite bit more sophisticated services like e-banking, or we also looked at other receiving kind of other a bit more sophisticated use of online services, and regularly we see that women are using less these services. So I think is a building up of digital divides. Last point on Amrita question. I think something quite interesting is happening, that in the very new FTAs, we see that they include trade and gender chapters and digital trade chapters. And so I think what is very interesting is when they the chapter on digital trade refers to the chapter on trade and gender. That means we know that a problem of these trade and gender chapters that sometimes they are a bit isolated for the rest of the agreement. But in this way, connecting the trade chapter with the digital, the gender and trade chapter with the digital chapter, then you create, in a way, one chapter supports the other, and the commitments taken in the different chapters become stronger because one chapter refers to the other. So the very new one, the EU, Australia, UK, New Zealand, these are the kind of new generation, even newest generation FTA that that I think is a good development, and is a way to take the gender issues, really to mainstream the gender issues into the FTAs, instead of saying, okay, now we have this beautiful trade and gender chapter and we can stop here, we have done our job. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. So let's go to our third speaker, Amalie Thiestrup, who is going to take a bit of a bigger picture perspective, I think, going beyond digital, narrowly defined, looking at what is happening exactly on this issue of international cooperation and negotiation.
Okay, so good afternoon, everyone, and good morning to my fellow panelists in DC, and good morning, good afternoon, wherever you are. It's a pleasure to be here. I'm Amalie Thiestrup, which is a terrible tongue twister. Amalie will do. I hold a PhD from the University of Copenhagen, but I'm also a member of the international network Trade Experts. We work to shine a light on diverse voices in the area of trade policy. It's a global network. We run a mentoring program, we run a blog series, we have a number of interesting webinars. Do please join us, do have a look at all the content that we create. And just give you a little bit of background on this research, and it was also serve, I hope, as sort of a genealogy tracing the research, because the paper that I'm presenting today is very much a consolidation of previous research that I've done. So it was during my PhD that I was spending some time here at the WTO. My thesis was on trade and services. Professor Hochman was on my assessment committee. I was spending time here at the WTO, and I was attending a session of the WPDR here in room W. I was sitting right over there. It was October 2016. Canada had included a provision on gender equality in the chapter on domestic regulation in the plurilateral TISA negotiations, trade and services agreement negotiations, that I was following, sort of a moving target thesis. In October, Canada and other TISA parties transmitted that DR chapter into the WPDR, and it included the provision on gender equality. And I was in attendance in this room in October of 2016 when Canada laid out this provision, and it's a memorable meeting. It was controversial. It was very political, and it took, in fact, 2 weeks and 4 meetings to conclude that meeting of the WPDR, not only because of gender equality, but it was complicated, and that's what drew me into this kind of research. I was then in Buenos Aires for the 12th Ministerial Conference, presenting on an outcome on domestic regulation in one hotel, as the actual chapter on domestic regulation was tanking in another hotel. It was an experience, but I was there when the Buenos Aires Declaration on Trade and Women was presented on the margins of the conference. Back in 2018 at the Public Forum, I was presenting on gender inclusive e-commerce governance, basing much of that research on this particular provision on gender equality in domestic regulation. And then later that year, Teresa Carpenter helped publish my paper as a working paper with the CTEI working paper series. I then published the article with the Journal of World Investment and Trade, and then I have a blog with the trade experts, and it's sort of been taking off from there, including a book chapter with Amrita. So it's good to be among very familiar faces. It's good to meet so many new faces. I hope that with this chapter I bring a new angle to the research. I brought in research that I did as part of my thesis on plurilateral approaches, and I hope that teases out new lessons learned and helps devise a path forward, specifically using the joint statement initiatives. So these are sort of my building blocks. So hopefully my job is a bit easier this afternoon because I get to build on the data and the conceptual work of so many before me, including my panelists Simonetta and Chiara, Jennifer and Christian. So I won't go into too much detail, just to say that a main building block is the multiplicity of the gender gap, and it's to reflect how structural differences and constraints on labor, time and resources produce de jure and de facto discrimination, and to reflect how the conditions for the gap are based on sex, but more broadly on gender. So it's the multiplicity of the gender gap and how it interacts. Structural challenges produce gender inequality in the economy that interacts in complex ways with other divides in the economy. And so for e-commerce specifically, as we've discussed on this panel, and Simonetta and Chiara laid it out beautifully, we have finance gaps and we have a gender digital divide. This building block is built on a literature review, and that literature review helped me identify 3 key challenges: access to resources, market access, and a regulatory component. And then I have another building block. It's what I published with the working paper and with the 2020 article. It's gender inclusive governance. It's a framework proposed for securing incremental change for comprehensive shift towards gender inclusive trade policy. It's a multi-level framework, and I propose the GSIs as a vehicle. I think the JSR and DR concluding is sort of supports that proposition. The framework of gender inclusive governance consists of two approaches combined. So bottom up is engaging the domestic level. I find that is imperative for reform. It's building on RTA experience, and we've just discussed, and Simonetta gave more information on the role of FTAs and the most recent ones with both chapters and different provisions. It's issue specific, and it implies drafting specific provisions. And then the top down implies mainstreaming gender, coordination between international organizations, and overall reading gender equality into the rule-based system here at the WTO. And then incremental quasi-multilateralization. So the JSI on DR shows that the JSIs are indeed positioned to drive multilateral outcomes and extend benefits to the entirety of the WTO membership. And the remaining JSIs in trade policy making at large could benefit from the experience of the JSI on DR by applying lessons learned for an incrementally more gender inclusive rule-based system. And lessons could be applied to the key sectors of services at large, digital trade, and commerce. And I first formulated this framework of incremental quasi-multilateralization as part of my my thesis. And with incremental, it means having a bit of patience with the system producing results, layering, building on top of previous results. And quasi-multilateralization means exploring and experimenting with different approaches in the absence of consensus in the multilateral trading system, experimenting with plurilateral approaches within or outside the WTO. In this case, it's within the WTO with the benefit that it helps move the WTO forward and extends benefits to the whole WTO membership. And then prescriptions include policy intervention for multi-level incremental shift towards gender inclusive governance. I propose that we use these frameworks. E-commerce and digital trade, I think they're very promising because of lower barriers of entry, but still you have to have an IT infrastructure, you have to have payment mechanisms in banking, you have to have IT skills, what Chiara, Simonetta, and others have eloquently laid out and explained. And then I think incorporating into provisions on an enabling environment for e-commerce, it could be useful, and you can use the JSI on e-commerce as a vehicle. And I would propose that you use the JSI on domestic regulation as inspiration, but without reproducing its flaws. And so trade and services, you see a concentration of women. We also see less export. That's a loss of potential because exports are associated with higher wages, among other benefits. So the provision on DR, I think, goes to the heart of de jure discrimination in authorizations for supply of service, but we can move, and we should move beyond that. So this is to give you an idea of my overall framework. The overall central argument is that plurilateral negotiating strategies on specific issues can, within the variable geometry, secure multilateral outcomes, and gender-based constraints can be countered by policy intervention. And I think the JSIs are positioned to drive multilateral outcomes and extend benefits to all of the WTO membership. And I arrived to these, I built these arguments using a framework that I would conceptualize as law and context, with the aim of generating knowledge that's actionable for policymakers and stakeholders at this time. And it builds on both a mapping of the negotiating history concepts and literature review of the trade and gender agenda, an overview of the variable geometry that the WTO allows for, and it's informed by a mapping. And I also traced the changes in wording of the gender equality provision in the WTO to arrive at this policy-driven analysis that combines substance with process. And so I framed these 3 research questions of the relationship between gender divides and e-commerce, digital trade and trade and services, the legal political implications, lessons learned, and what should then be the role of the WTO's JSIs in promoting gender inclusive governance. So this is to give you an idea of the negotiating history that I've mapped. And I think a main takeaway is how these 2 timelines of trade and services negotiations and the trade and gender agenda, in fact, interlock. In the first line, you see a brutally simplified overview of the negotiating history in services. And I think it's relevant to include in a paper like this, because experimentation with plurilateral approaches can be found namely in services negotiations, and they sort of split along 3 lines among subsets of members, on subsets of agendas, and inside versus outside the WTO. And so within the GATS, we have a built-in mandates. So the process of progressive liberalization shall be advanced in each such round through bilateral, plurilateral, and multilateral negotiations directed towards increasing the general level of specific commitments undertaken by members under this agreement. So that's progressive liberalization in trade and services, Article 19.4, and then we have a specific built-in specific built-in mandate for domestic regulation negotiations, with the view to ensuring that measures relating to qualification requirements, procedures, technical standards, and licensing requirements do not constitute unnecessary barriers to trade and services. The Council for Trade and Services shall, through appropriate bodies it may establish, develop any necessary disciplines, and then a series of sort of criterion. So that's the trade and services. And as you can see from this timeline, it sort of ebbs and flows, and it moves between different approaches, including plurilateral approaches. For a while, TISA entirely substituted the services pillar of the DDA, outcropped it, in fact, in the hope of sort of amplifying the rule book, perhaps even exporting that regulatory layer, but keeping new market access on a preferential basis. That all changed with the election of President Trump, and that sort of affected an uptick here at the WTO, and that's where we had the transmission of TISA-DR into the WPDR, and that was the October 2016 meeting that I told you about. But then in Buenos Aires, that chapter failed. You instead had the launch of the joint statement initiatives. They are open-ended and open to all, and that's a major difference. And it's in this JSI and domestic regulation that you have this provision on gender equality. Experimentation with negotiating, scoping, drafting, and concluding gender-related provisions can be found namely in RTAs across the globe, and moreover in DR. So I hope this timeline sort of reflects those advancements and interlocks with the advancements in the JSI on domestic regulation. So this is another text-heavy slide. And it's a side-by-side comparison of the different texts. I've been sort of tracing these texts over a number of years since 2014. This provision on gender equality emerged in September of 2016. It was transmitted into the WPDR in October 2016. This is an excerpt of the 2017 WPDR text. As you can see, it used to read, where a member adopts or maintains measures relating to the authorization for the supply of a service, the member shall ensure that such measures do not discriminate against individuals on the basis of gender, and then with a very intricate footnote. Over time, the text changed. So you can see the 2020 JSI text reads very much the same footnote, but it reads such measures do not discriminate between men and women. And this text is similar to the one that was concluded by the JSI on December 2nd, 2021. Side-by-side comparison on the text on DR has identified 3 major changes over time that are locked into the concluded text of the JSI. The discipline on non-discrimination, I think the good aspect, what's helpful is that it's a shall, and it's not solely a shall consider, it's a shall ensure, but the wording was changed from based on gender to between men and women. And that, in effect, is watering down the scope. I have very serious concerns of this running the risk of being gender preclusive, backsliding, and this concern is also built on part of the dynamics of negotiating. So I'm pretty sure that this is sort of a casualty of negotiating at the WTO to secure more support in the JSI. You had to make sacrifices. This kind of gender inclusive wording was probably one of them. There are still sensitivities around LGBTQ+, and those issues, I would assume, fed this kind of change. Secondly, you have a twin provision on alternative disciplines on DR for financial services. And then thirdly, you have a scheduling opt-out. So I'll spare you the details. I'll suggest you read my paper because it does flesh it out. So with DR, you have to, these disciplines apply where you make specific commitments in your schedules of commitments. But this, where you take commitments, allows you to sort of carve it out and opt out of this discipline. And it was another hard pillow to swallow. So I have a number of lessons learned that I flesh out in the paper. For the sake of time, I won't go into it, but I will conclude and say the JSI on DR managed to secure a negotiated outcome. It's a milestone to build on in this incrementalist fashion. I would suggest using those lessons learned in advancing the JSI on e-commerce. Gender equality can fit into all of the JSIs in the top-down, bottom-up approach. You would read it into the system and approach it like on a specific level as well. E-commerce is one of them. It's promising. I think it's ripe, but I would advise against reusing that kind of binary wording. I much prefer the gender inclusive wording. So overall, I had 3 research questions. On the first one, on the relationship, gender divides, e-commerce, digital trade, and trade and services interlink, and multi-level dedicated gender inclusive governance can contribute to closing the gender gap. The second question involved those lessons learned. It's a milestone on gender equality that was reached by a subset of WTO members on DR with the JSI to the benefit of WTO members. While it's a major milestone to incrementally build on, viewed through the lens of gender inclusive governance, the provisions are flawed. Lessons on wording to capture the multiplicity of the gender gap, intra-agency coordination, and the use of plurilateral approaches that combine bottom-up and top-down policy intervention-specific issues can, however, be extrapolated for improved incrementally gender inclusive governance. And then finally, the JSIs can yield results for the rule-based system. I think the JSI and DR proved that. In a gender inclusive direction, it shows how the WTO, by exploring and embracing plurilateral approaches such as the JSI, can play a major role in promoting gender inclusive governance and in the key sectors of e-commerce, digital trade and services, and more broadly. And then on a final note, I would very much like to see the JSR and e-commerce pick up on gender equality. There is a real potential for infusing gender equality into an enabling environment for e-commerce, into that regulatory space. I think it could generate value and help ease access to digital technology. And then we need much more data, as others before me have called for. Please get in touch. I'd love to discuss this much further. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. I think the discussion will have to take place during the break because we have one more paper and we have 15 minutes left. And we also have some closing remarks to pull it all together. So I think we'll just go immediately to the next paper. I don't know who is presenting, Joe or Jean Clarisse, but I leave it to you. I assume you have coordinated.
Thank you very much, Professor Hoekman, and good afternoon to everyone who are joining us in person in Geneva, and good evening from Manila. On behalf of my co-authors, I would like to thank the organizers for giving us the opportunity to share the results of our study entitled E-commerce Adoption and its Impact on the Performance of Women-Led MSMEs in Metro Manila, an ex-ante study for the Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership Agreement. So this study was funded by the Philippine Institute for Development Studies and published in December 2021. And for everyone's information, we have since undertaken a follow-up research entitled Analysis of the Cross-Border E-Commerce Environment for Philippine Women-Led MSMEs, Challenges and Opportunities, which will be completed by the end of the year. So we hope that our study, which we are sharing with you today, contributes to the body of knowledge on gender and digitalization in a developing country context, and we are looking forward to a fruitful discussion with the rest of the panel. Next slide, please. So this presentation is structured in 5 parts. We will be discussing an overview of the background, an explanation of our frameworks and methodologies, and as well as a presentation of our data and our analyses. And finally, we offer conclusions and policy recommendations. Slide. So as a background, this study was born out of the recognition that MSMEs bore the brunt of the economic fallout caused by the COVID-19 pandemic. Women-led MSMEs in particular have been especially vulnerable to the economic impact due to their lack of access to resources to keep their businesses afloat and their large share in the informal sectors. Notwithstanding, women-led MSMEs stand to benefit substantially from e-commerce as platforms increase their access into the digital economy. And thus, the implications for trade policy with regard to women-led MSMEs and e-commerce are important given the growing female share in the MSME sector in the Philippines and the crucial role they play in the Philippines' efforts to recover from the crisis through the Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership Agreement. So the objectives of this study are as follows. We surveyed the domestic policy environment, which encompasses women-led MSMEs and e-commerce. We described their motivations for adopting e-commerce solutions. We characterized the impact of e-commerce adoption on their performance, assessed the willingness of women-led MSMEs to engage in cross-border e-commerce under the Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership, or RCEP, and gauge their awareness level of RCEP, its relevant chapters, and other relevant programs of the Philippine government. And finally, we offer and provided actionable policy options and considerations for the Philippine government. Next slide. So to set our study in perspective, we use two reference documents in developing the study's conceptual framework. The first one is the impact of e-commerce adoption on MSME performance and financial inclusion by Virdianti in 2019. And the second one is the Women-Owned Businesses and Cross-Border E-Commerce, a diagnostic toolkit by the U.S. Support for Economic Growth in Asia for APEC in 2020. So the first framework provides valuable insight into e-commerce adoption of MSMEs in Indonesia, and it finds that e-commerce adoption positively influenced the growth of MSMEs. Further, the results of this particular study have implications on development policy, particularly the need for government to support e-commerce adoption among MSMEs to improve the financial inclusion index. Second, the objective of the toolkit is to help governments in the APEC community gain a better understanding of the challenges to competitiveness and growth for women-owned e-commerce businesses when trading within economies and across borders, and assess their own support for their businesses. Next slide, please. In terms of our methodologies, the overall research design which we employed were both qualitative and quantitative in nature to collect and describe and analyze the data. And we made use of both first-hand and secondary data. The first-hand data covering the inputs and insights gathered from over 400 respondents, 486 to be exact, of a survey administered from September to October last year. And our secondary data includes literature from prior research, reports from government agencies in the Philippines and international organizations, as well as other resources such as news clippings and books and other articles on MSMEs and e-commerce. Next slide. So I'll turn you over to my co-author to present to you the results and our analyses.
Hello, good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to everyone. I'm sorry for that. Thank you, Jill, for the introduction and the discussion on the frameworks as well as the methodology. Now allow me to guide you through the results and analysis of our study. And I'll be quick about it. I'll just stick to the very important points. And these are the main chapters of our, or sub-chapters of our results and analysis, which can be accessed online. Next slide, please. In terms of the profile of MSMEs, we classify them based on two criteria: asset size and employee size. And this is based on the criteria identified by the Department of Trade and Industry of the Philippines. Majority of our respondents can be classified as belonging to micro, and they are located in Metro Manila. When we say Metro Manila, these are 17 localities, 16 highly urbanized cities with 1 municipality. And in terms of their age, many of them are young. Many of the women-led MSMEs are young. Many of them are college educated. When I say many, around 2/3 of the respondents, and majority of the respondents came from larger cities or mega cities, as we call them, as compared to smaller cities. And this confirmed previous studies referring to access to internet and participation in e-commerce of women-led MSMEs. In terms of the data on digital literacy skills of certain segments of the population, there's actually, the previous study shows that there's a correlation between educational attainment and tech savviness. There's also an evidence that the lack of literacy, skills, and resources mainly hinder women entrepreneurs from capitalizing on e-commerce adoption and its potential as an engine for their internationalization. On this survey, the top digital platforms which are most used by women-led MSMEs and their business transactions are mainly social media sites and more specifically, messaging applications. This supports previous studies that claim that female e-commerce entrepreneurs use social media sites more than e-commerce applications. We also asked them about the type of the devices that they use, and majority responded that they use mobile phones along with their laptops, desktop computers, and their tablets. Next slide, please. In terms of their experiences in e-commerce adoption, majority of them cited that the biggest gain in turning to e-commerce, more specifically during the height of the COVID-19 pandemic, were as follows: growing business or product popularity, greater profits or higher profits, and easier communication with clients. However, human resource and improvement of business image were the least cited. Moreover, the most cited issues of women-led MSMEs are fake accounts and bogus buyers, copying and using their advertising materials, price scraping of the competitors, and copying of their personal data information. Despite the cybersecurity-related issues, more than 50% of the surveyed women-led MSMEs still feel safe, while 17% responded they feel very safe using online platforms for their transactions. Next slide, please. Now, we also included a section on the survey questionnaire pertaining to the perception of women-led MSMEs on the impact of e-commerce adoption on certain areas. And we identified 4 major areas: sales growth, customer satisfaction, customer base, and process enhancements. And we have to say that the findings of the study were very much encouraging because the respondents or the women-led MSMEs noted that they were either satisfied or very satisfied in terms of the impact of e-commerce on sales growth. For example, most women-led MSMEs responded that they're that they are satisfied with their sales growth, average size of transactions, frequency of transactions per customer, and current prices of their products. Under customer base, most women-led MSMEs responded that they're very satisfied with their growth, expansion by the age of their customer base, expansion by gender, expansion by income group, and expansion by geographical reach. Under customer satisfaction, most women-led MSMEs responded that they're very satisfied with their volume of good reviews received, volume of referrals received, volumes of bad reviews received, and volumes of complaints received. And lastly, under process enhancements, most women-led MSMEs responded that they are satisfied with their work processes and operations, turnaround time, and in terms of their human resource size and delivery period of their products to their customers. Next slide, please. Now, taking into consideration the changing realities of trade, which RCEP incorporated into its certain provisions, specifically on chapters 12 and 14, we also asked the MSMEs or the women-led MSMEs about the awareness of RCEP and its chapters on MSMEs and e-commerce. And we were it was very much alarming because majority, around 90%, noted that they were not aware of RCEP or the Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership and its chapters on e-commerce and MSMEs. While majority of them were not able to participate in any cross-border transactions, it is affirming that majority of the women-led MSMEs are willing to or interested to engage in cross-border trade through RCEP if implemented. Moreover, since majority of them are open to cross-border e-commerce, we asked them about the specific countries which they're willing to engage with, either to exports or imports, and the answers focus on ASEAN countries, South Korea, Japan, China, Australia, and New Zealand. In terms of the perceptions of these women-led MSMEs about the benefits of RCEP, around 50% noted that they were very much hopeful that the MSME chapter on RCEP, which we shared with them through the survey questionnaire, will be able to empower the government in terms of providing more information on trade and investment related laws and regulations for export-oriented MSMEs. And next slide, please. Lastly, we also asked them about the perceptions on the role of government in their businesses. We pretty much highlighted in our study that majority of the MSMEs are not familiar or do not think that the government communicates its programs to the business sector. Furthermore, 91.15% answered that they do not know any government programs which help businesses with e-commerce adoption. 96.1% do not know any government programs to support women-led MSMEs in their expansion. And 96.1% answered that they are not aware of any steps of the government to simplify and automate customs procedures. The robustness of the data gathered from our study basically provides a wealth of information on the state of e-commerce and adoption by women-led MSMEs in Metro Manila. And our hope is we were able to provide a perspective from the developing country, of a developing country perspective on the issues faced by women-led MSMEs. To conclude our presentation and to share policy recommendations, I'll now turn over the floor to Jean.
Okay, thank you, Tong. So given the discussed results, the authors recommend the following policy options and considerations for concerned Philippine government agencies. So this might also be helpful for other APEC economies who are also interested in promoting the digitalization and internationalization of women-led MSMEs. So first, disaggregate data on women-led MSMEs. So gender-specific data in participation in cross-border e-commerce are still nascent, and the collection of gender disaggregated data is critical for targeting support to overcome the hurdles of women MSMEs. This will help in identifying specific challenges and barriers to e-commerce adoption, as well as the possible policy interventions. So by making available an accessible government-managed database, and sharing databases among think tanks, academia, and private organizations, this may play a vital role in undertaking future research on emerging issue areas such as cybersecurity, data privacy, cross-border flows of data, e-commerce, and taxation. So second, invest in further research focused on the USAID and APEC's women-owned businesses in cross-border e-commerce, a diagnostic toolkit. So the authors partly use some aspects of this material. So the goal of the diagnostic toolkit is to help the APEC community to gain better understanding of the challenges to competitiveness and growth of women-led MSME who are engaged in e-commerce. So this toolkit may also be undertaken as a regional initiative to gauge the region's business climate, to inform regional strategies, to foster women MSMEs competitiveness globally. So research using this toolkit may be further expanded to include intersectional analysis targeting the status, opportunities, and challenges faced by different subgroups of women entrepreneurs, including women with disabilities, women from indigenous groups, and so on. So third, conduct a national survey on women MSMEs and their cross-border adoption and propensity to engage in e-commerce cross-border trade through RCEP. So this may substantially contribute to the formulation of future national development plans encompassing e-commerce and MSMEs and national strategies on advancing internationalization efforts through cross-border trade participation via free trade agreements such as RCEP. So fourth, raise the level of awareness among women-led MSMEs on RCEP and relevant government programs. And lastly, strengthen the government programs to promote e-commerce adoption among women MSMEs, which may support their internationalization efforts. So more detailed recommendation will be found on our paper. So should you have any questions, you could refer to the flash publications. And also, please feel free to email us should you have further questions or should you be interested to collaborate. So that's all. Thank you.
Thanks a lot for that. So we're already over time. We're supposed to end at 4:15 Geneva time, but I'm going to take your indulgence and go over a little bit. I gather that the closing session comes after this, so I think we can eat into a little bit of the excess time. So Ambassador Sofia Bosa Martinez from Chile is going to offer some kind of synthesis remarks and her perspectives on everything that has been said. And I suggest that insofar as you have specific questions for some of the authors, I think we have all of the emails. Those of you who are here can ask the people who are physically present. But thanks again for all the presentations. I'm going to have to sneak off because I've been double booked. I have to speak in another session, which started 5 minutes ago, but it was a great pleasure to be with you. Thanks.
Well, thank you very much, Professor Huckeman, for giving me the floor, and thank you very much to Anush and her team for giving me the opportunity to be here with you today and closing this session. I promise I will be very, very brief because I know we are running out of time. So for the sake of that, I will switch to Spanish because I think there I can be quicker. And also because we have interpretation. Bueno, me gustaría decir que, en primer lugar, las presentaciones que hemos visto hoy nos permiten tener evidencia concreta sobre una temática que lleva tiempo siendo muy relevante, pero cuyo análisis se ha intensificado aún más a partir de la pandemia. Y nos permiten también poder considerar cómo mirar esta temática desde una perspectiva de género. Como hemos visto en las presentaciones, no existe un solo modelo de digitalización o una sola relación con el comercio. Tenemos distintos ejemplos, distintos niveles de digitalización. Algunos fueron mencionados. Tenemos ejemplos de vender productos usando redes sociales, usando WhatsApp, hasta tener webs con carros de compra, con entregas internacionales e incluso plataformas a nivel colectivo. Todos estos distintos modelos tienen sus complejidades, tienen sus ventajas, y por eso es muy importante tener estos análisis de impacto al respecto. Por otro lado, hemos visto que las limitantes para hacer uso de la digitalización en el comercio no son solo de conectividad, como normalmente pensamos, sino que también son físicas, temas logísticos relacionados con el comercio, y también financieras. Por ejemplo, se mencionaba el hacer uso de poder recibir y hacer pagos por medios digitales. No todo el mundo tiene opción para eso. E incluso hay limitantes que son de tipo cultural, que afectan especialmente a las mujeres. La verdad que desde Chile creemos sin duda que las tecnologías digitales son una oportunidad para el empoderamiento de las mujeres exportadoras, lo que ha sido gratamente demostrado y ampliamente demostrado en las presentaciones que hemos visto el día de hoy. No obstante, y también en línea con lo que ha sido evidenciado en las investigaciones que se han expuesto hoy, la política pública, tanto a nivel nacional como a nivel multilateral, debe hacerse cargo de generar las condiciones para reducir la actual brecha de género digital, la cual afecta sobre todo a los países en desarrollo y a aquellas comunidades y territorios más aislados o rurales. Al respecto, me gustaría mencionar que en Chile nos estamos enfocando en 3 líneas, especialmente para tratar de afrontar este tema. Compensar la falta de recursos financieros para la digitalización que muchas veces tienen las mujeres, diseñar acciones que estén ajustadas a las distintas necesidades, por ejemplo, a los distintos sectores, y promover la asociatividad, por ejemplo, el tipo de plataformas que hemos estado viendo en las sesiones de hoy. Para terminar, solamente reafirmar como ex académica, pero también siguiendo lo que nos han presentado nuestros ponentes, que por supuesto la evidencia, la información y los datos son siempre esenciales para poder orientar las decisiones de las políticas públicas. Así que quiero agradecer a nuestras distinguidas expositoras por todo el trabajo que han hecho y que han venido a mostrarnos el día de hoy. Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, Ambassador, for these words. And with these words, we're closing research session 8. And please stay in the room because we will now close the Congress. So please wait for the speakers to come on the podium. Thank you very much. Right. This is it. Here we are, closing the first edition of the World Trade Congress on gender. We talked, we shared, exchanged, we also argued. We had some fun, but above all, we have outlined new data, new findings on trade, gender, and how to strengthen women's economic capacity. We will have now a few speeches and a few remarks, but I promise these are the last ones. And actually, without further ado, I would like to invite the WTO Deputy Director General, Angela Ellard, to deliver her closing speech. DBG.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, don't worry, I don't have a long speech. It's my pleasure and honor to close the first edition of the World Trade Congress on Gender. With more than 80 speakers and 15 sessions, this is the first time in the history of the WTO that we've held discussions on trade and gender of such magnitude. I thank all of our participants, as well as the Secretariat organizing team, for making this event such a noteworthy success. I'm so glad to see the WTO on the vanguard of work on such a significant topic. The discussions among participants on trade and gender themes have been intense and substantive. In this forum here at the WTO, we saw lively discussions as well as new data and evidence introduced for the first time. In particular, participants examined new analysis on the impact of trade agreements on women's marriage and fertility decisions, their intergenerational mobility, and their wages according to their marital status. Another piece of important research proposed a new framework for public-private dialogue to better integrate gender considerations in the negotiation of trade agreements and for their more efficient implementation. New analysis was presented on the inequalities associated with the process of digitalization, with a focus on gender digital inequalities, using agriculture as a case study sector. Finally, we learned of a new methodology proposed for collecting sex disaggregated data on cross-border traders to inform future work in this field and to improve policymaking. All of this shows how much progress we've made in how we approach the issue of trade and gender. But it also demonstrates the many gaps that still exist, both in terms of research on this subject and the need for women's economic empowerment more generally. We, therefore, still have a lot of work to do. The Congress marks the first time that we put in direct contact WTO members and researchers in the area of trade and gender. I hope that you found the Congress useful in allowing you to exchange ideas and build potential research partnerships. In this regard, I'd like to thank the WTO Gender Research Hub for its great contribution to the Congress and to the work of the WTO. I believe this network is a very useful driver of the progress we're making on gender at the WTO. We certainly need experts like you to deepen our understanding of trade and gender issues and the support you provide to trade policymaking through research and data collection is essential. Gender issues are vast and complex and not well understood, and they relate to how societies have evolved throughout history. It's therefore crucial that we recognize women's consequential role in the economy and in trade. Women's economic empowerment is essential if we want to achieve the full potential of economic growth and sustainable development. It is, in fact, a tool for development. This event has demonstrated that the issue of gender is now deeply rooted in the WTO, Since the WTO started working on these issues 6 years ago, it has turned from a gender-blind organization into a very gender-aware one. Members have, of course, been at the center of this transformation. From the launch of the Buenos Aires Declaration on Trade and Women's Economic Empowerment in 2017, to the creation of the Informal Working Group on Trade and Gender in 2020, to the multilateral recognition of the importance of women's economic empowerment and the work of the WTO on this topic at the 12th WTO Ministerial Conference this year. I would like to thank Anush and all WTO Trade and Gender team members for supporting our members in their work and for bringing us all together this week. It would not have been possible without you. And the Director General's commitment to gender issues is unquestioned. She is a woman of action, and she spurs us to do more. We're heading towards a new year, new challenges, and a new ministerial conference. I would like to launch a call for action, a call to take a tangible leap in the work we do on gender. The upcoming 13th WTO Ministerial Conference may be the perfect opportunity for this. And there is probably no better place to assess the progress we will have made in the next year than the second edition of the World Trade Congress on Gender, which is scheduled for December 2024. So I invite you to mark your calendars. Thank you.
Thank you very much, DDG, for these very powerful words. As promised, at the very beginning of this Congress, on Monday morning, I would like to invite now the Congress ambassadors to give us not our recommendation, their recommendations for our future work on trade and gender. And I would like to call firstly, Olanike, if you could give us your perspectives, your recommendations after the 3 days of the Congress. Thank you.
Sorry. Thank you, Anusha. I'm so grateful for this opportunity. And I was sharing with one of the people I connected with, particularly yesterday. I had an opportunity to meet her on my way in here. And I told her that I've always heard about the World Trade Organization, but it has never occurred to me to understand what the World Trade Organization is all about. And the last 3 days has been eye-opening for me. And I've been doing a lot of reflecting over so much that I've heard, so much I've learned about the World Trade Organization and what the World Trade Organization can possibly do around the issue of gender. And some of the questions that I've been reflecting on over the course of this Congress are the following. How do we make trade policies work for the female gender? How do we ensure that trade opportunities does not remain exclusive or defeminized? How can more women competitively get on board? How do we eliminate existing barriers? And so I have these recommendations. The World Trade Organization should, as a sense of duty, demonstrate the political will and also take the lead in seeing to it that gender is mainstreamed into existing and emerging trade agreements and negotiations by ensuring that the rules and policies, formulation procedures are gender and crisis sensitive as well as responsive. as this will in the long term contribute significantly to tackling the issue of economic and climate crisis, which reinforces gender disparities and continue to hinder the smooth, predictable, and free flow of trade. Secondly, international trade opportunities have over time become defeminized, and this narrative can be changed by ensuring that the barriers that make the female gender excluded. I'll just mention a couple of, maybe a handful of these barriers, which I'm sure that, you know, in the course of this Congress have been repeated right from the first session. Barriers like the lack of awareness, limited access to information, decision-making, finance and collateral, education, and gender-based violence, amongst others. It is important to see that these are addressed head-on through the formulation of inclusive policies that will create an enabling environment for women-owned businesses to contribute to economic growth and crisis recovery through easy access to finance, information, and technology, expertise, decision-making, and then I'll add services because I heard that from one of the presenters. And also the moderator, I think he emphasized on services. So towards advancing the gender agenda and building climate resilience, investments should be essentially channeled towards driving grassroots women-led economic and climate solutions. Lastly, there is need to provide research into women-owned green enterprises which are contributing to addressing climate crisis, as this can inform policy decisions and also be used by organizations worldwide who provide economic climate recovery interventions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Olanike. And actually, it's me who is grateful for your presence here today. And on your last recommendation, I can tell you that the WTO is already working on 2 projects. So to be continued next year. I would like to invite now Anila for your recommendation, please. Recommendations.
Thank you, Anush. And before I share my recommendation, I would like everyone who is look very serious in the room, not to be that much serious, but would you like to join me to give a big hands to the WTO, Anush and Sandra, who make possible to bring us in this room? So give them a big hand of applause. And it's a big success. I think it's already a big achievement be selected as a coming from the background, like from Pakistan. I can't imagine if 5 years ago, someone's telling me you will be sitting here in WTO, as Nika also mentioned, we have felt distance, how we can be here. So I'm feeling so honored for privilege. So thank you so much. But I'm also feeling responsible. This is the responsibility I want all of you, as my recommendation and request, you also feel. When you are going back from today, from tomorrow, after having holidays in Christmas and New Year, what you gonna do? How you make responsible in terms of your action in the organization where you are working for, in the state where you are, in the region where you are, and how you connect this work. Because so far, everyone is talking about gender equality. But what is missing? How we can implement this action, these requirements, and bring our men partners to be here. It's really saddened to see the men, the main partner who has to be understanding, they are missing in from these tables. They are missing, they're not taking a serious action and making importance to take part, to participate in this discussion. How we can make sure gender discussion when it's come to trade led by women, but also decided by women. What we need, that's very important. And I also say, when we are talking about approach of leaving no one behind, we to understand
who is behind, but also who is in front of those communities. How we can highlight those communities to share their power, who are making more vulnerabilities when it's come to trade, when it's come to financial independence, when it becomes on the policy implementation, and how these actors becoming gatekeepers, and how we can highlight them and to say no, and how we can join our action for the communities where we are coming from. There's so much potential. These women feeling trapped in those functions when it's come to highlighting in the culture debate, highlighting in their states, highlighting in their different communities as from the conflict, and how we can give them empowerment and confidence, which I am feeling today by sitting here sharing the table with Anush. And lastly, how we can create more mechanism working with us as a refugee and women-led organization as a partner. In my opening remarks, I said, I will say same. We are not beneficiary. We are empower leader for the future and for today. How we can bring meaningful participation, invest. And this investment shows the seriousness of the states, of the NGOs, of the UN agencies when they start investing, working with migrant and refugee women-led initiative. I'm super happy, and I am here joining your call, Angela, of the call, how we can bring more sustainability in the action and also accountability to track what is missing and how we can go further, because women are the future and women are the leaders. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Anila. This is very inspiring. Thank you very much. And now on to the last remarks, and I will now go to the lectern, if you don't mind. Let me tell you the story of a woman living in the 60s. Picture her. She's young, educated, driven, speaks numerous languages. She lives in Jerusalem, and she is working. What does she do? She empowers other young women, poor and undereducated, teaching them a trade with the objectives of being economically independent and earning income. She was fighting for other women's economic rights and power. This is also the story of a man. Picture him. He is an international trader and a globetrotter. He is traveling the world, setting up factories, making trade deals. In the 70s, he was the first to take action to advance the career paths of women in his company. He appointed a woman as the head of his operations. And above all, he instilled in his daughter the idea that education would ensure that she became independent in the future. He encouraged her to believe that she too could rise in a company, could lead it. Why am I telling you all these stories? Well, because the link between them and the reason we are all here today is economic power. Women's empowerment starts with economic power, and their social and political powers stem from it. I know this firsthand because that woman is my mother, and that man is my father. And just as international trade and women's empowerment are the legacy I inherited from my parents, so too the WTO inherited from the GATT a set of objectives that can similarly strengthen women economically across the globe. Extended to sustainable development, these objectives make the WTO a major player in strengthening women's economic and financial capacity. Trade has the power to change women's lives for the better. I am convinced of that. But it works only if trade policies incorporate gender equality issues to level the trade field for women. This has yet to occur. Inegalities persist, as indeed we learned over the last few years in the Congress. Why is this so urgently needed? because women are the core of economies, societies, communities, families, and history making. When we conduct research, we often qualify women as workers, entrepreneurs, and consumers. While such categorization are essential for data collection and analysis, I believe this is a narrow way of looking at women. Yes, women are entrepreneurs. There are actually 500 million of them involved in entrepreneurial activities globally. And that is just in the formal sector. They support the productive capacities of countries, and also they are job creators, therefore contributing to poverty reduction. But women are also innovators. Did you know that about 30% of women entrepreneurs globally offer innovative products? Did you know that firms with female chief technology officers are more innovative than firms with male chief technology officers? Women are also drivers of economic diversification. They tend to be more involved in the services sector, thus fostering diversification. Some countries are actually including measures supporting women's economic roles as part of their new economic diversification strategies. We've been talking about climate change. Women are also climate change mitigators. In developing countries, they are natural resources managers. Through this role, women have actually become experts in maintaining biodiversity at land and on land and at sea by developing eco-friendly techniques. Women are in fact circular economists. Women are healthcare givers and workers, as clearly revealed by the COVID-19 pandemic. More than 70% of healthcare workers are female. Globally, 606 million women deliver full-time unpaid care, compared to only 41 million men. Women truly are the guardians of our health, and their unpaid healthcare contributes to $1.5 trillion annually to the global economy. Women are agents of food security. As cross-border traders, they play a key role in food security, nutrition, and health, as they mostly deal in essential food products for poor consumers, therefore supporting balanced diets of populations. Through their trade, they also deliver food to places where supply is lacking. Their role is absolutely undeniable. And for example, in West Africa, female traders in essential food represent about 30% of total trade in the region. Women are peace builders. While treaties create peace, they don't always nurture and sustain them. People do, and women are frequently at the heart of ongoing destruction. Just look at history. Women are leaders too, although not enough. There are only 31 female heads of states or governments in the world today. And in the WTO, women represent 36% of ambassadors, and about 30% of ministers in charge of WTO affairs are female. Women can also be revolutionaries. We can witness this today, not to destroy them, but to build new open societies. And in doing so, they also become reformers. All their roles bring women back to trade that can strengthen them economically. This is what the WTO has engaged to do 6 years ago, make trade work for women. 2023 will be a pivotal year for the WTO. It will be a year of project development and to strategically head towards unexplored territories and topics. I have already mentioned some of these plans to a few of them this week. Someone said to me during the Congress that it was nice to see the small trade and gender family united. Well, why don't we expand it and invest in young professionals and young researchers? So in November 2023, the WTO Gender Research Hub will organize the Youth Symposium to build the next generation of trade and gender experts. Lastly, in 2023, I would like to take the work of the WTO Gender Research Hub to the next level for tangible impact with a 2-year work plan that will lead us to the second edition of the World Trade Congress on Gender in December 2024. So Hub members, be prepared. We will only advance if we collaborate with each other. And I believe that the WTO's emerging partnerships on gender with WIPO, UN Women, and regional organizations such as the Commonwealth Parliamentary Association are vital to this process. To conclude, the Greek philosopher Socrates once said, "The secret of change is to focus all your energy not on fighting the old, but on building the new." This wisdom fits the WTO work on gender like a glove. With these words, I now close the World Trade Congress on Gender 2022 and invite you all back in the WTO in December 2024 for its second edition. Thank you very much.